Well done. Good evening, everybody. I'm Mayor Patrick Hall. Welcome to the City of Canning. It is Tuesday evening, the 14th of December 2021. We're making a slightly late start, and I apologise for that. It's about 2 minutes past 6 p.m. I now declare the ordinary council meeting of today's date open. We start, of course, by acknowledging the Wadjuk people, the traditional custodians of this land. We also pay our respects to elders both past and present. Can I start by asking everyone present, please, to turn off all electronic devices, especially mobile phones and iPads, etc., as they do interfere with the recording and can disrupt the meeting. So if I could ask you, please, to turn those off for the duration of this meeting. Tonight's council meeting is being recorded. It's also being live streamed. A copy of the audio recording shall be available on the City's website within 72 hours of the meeting. And the remainder of the disclaimer can be seen on screen. At item 2 on tonight's agenda, apologies. I'm pleased to say that the full council is here this evening. Thank you, councillors. The Interim Chief Executive Officer, Mr Stephen Kane, is an apology this evening. Dr Sarah McQuaid, to my left, to your right, will be the Acting Interim CEO for tonight's meeting. Approved leave of absence at item 2.2, there are none. Disclosures of interest at item 3. Dr McQuaid, are there any disclosures of interest at item 3?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I've received two declarations of impartiality, one from Councillor Parkinson in relation to report EN 03121, and the nature of the interest is he was a coach for one of the junior teams in season 2021. The second declaration of impartiality is from Councillor Singh in relation to CC 05921. I know one of the 3 proposed candidates for the position of independent member for CEO recruitment panel. Thank you.
Terrific. Can you just remind me of those 2 items when those items come up for discussion?
Yes.
Thank you. And I'll just ask the councillors also to make those declarations prior to those items being discussed. So please just raise your hand at the appropriate time. At item 4, announcement by the presiding member without discussion. There are none tonight other than just to wish the community a very Merry Christmas, to thank Council for their deliberations over a very challenging year, as it has been for the community, and also to thank the City's staff and its executive here tonight for their work behind the scenes to prepare the Council for the task that it faces in fulfilling its role. So a very Merry Christmas to you all, and I very much hope for a prosperous new year, and I know I can't wait, as all of us won't, until the borders hopefully open on February the 2nd. And on that, as I often do when I have any group of people in front of me, if you haven't yet been vaccinated, please, I ask you to consider doing so and make haste getting that done. It's the only way we're going to be reunited with people across this nation, so I'd very much appreciate your support in getting that done. At item 5, reports of delegates without discussion. Is there any elected member wishing to present a delegate report this evening? No, we'll move to item 6. Item 6, question time for the public. Responses to previous questions taken on notice. At item 6.1, there are none. Questions from the public at item 6.2. I open public question time now at 6:15 p.m. Sorry, that's 6:05 p.m. The time set aside for public questions is 15 minutes, which may be extended if necessary. For recording purposes, please state your name and address and then proceed to ask your question. If an answer cannot be provided at tonight's meeting, the question will be taken on notice and an answer will be council meeting. In accordance with policy AD02, members of the public who have registered their questions with the City's administration shall be called upon in the order in which registrations were received. Written questions will precede verbal questions. The City has received a number of questions tonight from Mr Steve Walker. Mr Walker, are you here? Can I ask you please to step forward? Thank you, Mr Walker.
Thank you, Mayor Patrick Hall. Steve Walker, 22 Farnham Street, Bentley. Question 1. In regards to 2021 sale lease of 12 to 14 Coulson Way, Canning Vale, in December ordinary council meeting agenda, page 27, point 25 consultation, did City of Canning receive a submission response to the local public notice on 31st of March 2021?
Mr Walker, we'll take that on notice if you don't mind. Thank you.
Question 2. In regards to proposed policy, use of monitoring technology, CSO3, page 201, consultation, where in the city's 2021 Community Safety Survey and where in the city's recent Catalysed Market Community Survey, brackets 2021, did it directly state and link that responses/commentary would be transferred and used in a council agenda item as the public authorising and agreeing to CCTV in public open spaces?
Acting in from CEO, are you able to take that question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In both rounds of community consultation, there was a lot of free text, and there were a lot of free text response from residents who specifically referenced CCTV. Under both rounds of community consultation, it's made very clear that the information is used to then inform city strategies and policies, and that's how it has appeared today in the AB agenda.
Thank you, Mr Walker. Your final question?
Question 3. Are City of Canning divisions and community development staff ready to not be exploited, manipulated and/or misused by the 2022 rush of selfish, unfair bullying pledges and campaigns by those federal political candidates and federal members of parliament?
Yeah, I'd need to just rule that question out of order, Steve. We can't answer that.
Yes, you can. You can. They're either ready or they're not ready.
Yeah, I'm ruling the question out of order. If you'd like to rephrase it, I'm happy to entertain it. If you'd like to rephrase it, try to take the emotion out of it and strip it back a bit.
Well, will they improve on past efforts which have shown that City of Canning staff have been exploited and manipulated and misused?
Yeah, I can't accept that, Steve. I have to rule it out of order. Appreciate you coming along this evening. Thank you. We have a question from Mr Bob Gleeson from Riverton. Mr Gleeson? Bob? Oh, Bill Gleeson, is it? Who? Mr Gleeson?
Oh, thank you. My name's Bill Gleeson, 107 Medillion Avenue, Riverton. Been there for 65 years. Mr Mayor, during my term of office, 22 years I've served in local government, I've served with 5 mayors. Not one of those mayors reported any council that I served with to the CCC. Any issue was dealt with within house. Given that the council of the day all stated they did not interfere with the process of selecting of the new CEO, you, Mr Mayor, chose to report this council to the CCC.
Just your question, Mr Gleeson.
Coming up. Thank you.
Mr Gleeson, this is not open for discussion.
All right, my
Ask your
question is,
please,
Mr Mayor.
Or I'll ask you to sit down. Ask your question.
Thank you. Given what I've said, will you be apologising to the council of the day, given they all said no, they didn't interfere? 2, will you be apologising to the City of Canning residents that caused some pain because you tainted their name, the City of Canning, and the CCC quoted in the local paper
Just your question.
Perth Now, my question is, said there's no chance to answer. Will you be apologising?
No, but I thank you for the opportunity to actually provide a response. My belief is that the community would wholly support a mayor who stood behind personal integrity and reported a matter of serious misconduct to the CCC. As you may or may not be aware, Mr Gleeson, it appears that you're not. A mayor and a CEO are compelled by legislation under the Crime and Corruption Act of, I think, the Crime and Corruption Act under Section 28, to report any serious misconduct or any matter that might be construed as reasonably being serious misconduct. It's a responsibility that I take very seriously to have not reported the matter to the CCC, having had a matter that was quite obviously deemed to have been serious misconduct brought to my attention by a third party, would have been a breach of that legislation by a mayor. So I Thank you for coming and asking your question, but you're being misguided. I have nothing to apologise for, and I make the point, of course, as well, that I am also one of the 11 members of this council. So every member of this council, including myself, was under a cloud of suspicion. That's not from my doing. That's from the allegation made by a third party to this council that something inappropriate happened. That's the answer to the question. Thank you, Mr. Gleeson.
Can I ask one more question?
No, you asked 3 questions. Is that it?
Thank you.
Sit down.
I won't be sitting
Mr. Aldridge.
Richard Aldridge. Good afternoon, Council. I'm from 5 Minota Avenue in Shelley. It's my intention later tonight to do a deputation to Council and discuss the fact that I've gone to the Court of Disputed Returns to find the City of Canning Council elections invalid.
Just your question, Mr. Aldridge.
My first question is, may I ask why the CEO has chosen not to approve my deputation, but instead made my deputation subject to Council approval?
You'll get the answer to that question very quickly because we'll be dealing with that as perhaps the next item of business.
I don't think you heard. With all
I think
due
I
respect,
heard, absolutely. You're asking why has it been referred. The CEO is able to refer it. The CEO, the acting interim CEO, will refer it to Council for a decision under the provisions of the standing orders. It may not be unusual to do so, but it's certainly we are able to do so, and that's what is happening tonight.
Thank you. My second question was, has the council been provided with the summary that I provided to CEO Kane to help them to decide whether or not to hear my deputation tonight?
Yes, I have a copy of it in front of me.
And all the councillors have, I presume?
I don't intend to actually providing your untested, slanderous allegations against me to the whole council, but I'd ask for your next question. Be very careful with the line you're walking here, Mr. Aldridge.
Can I please request that the information, the summary that I've sent to the CEO be provided to the council before they decide whether to hear my deputation tonight or not? Thank you, Mr.
No,
Mayor.
you can't request that. You have no standing here other than to ask questions. Thank you, Mr. Aldridge. Thank you. We return to, if there's any further questions from the public gallery, sorry, before we close? None, thank you. I'll close public question time now. The time is 6:15 p.m. Thank you, everybody. We'll move to item 7 on tonight's agenda, the confirmation of minutes. Confirmation of minutes is for the ordinary council meeting held on the 16th of November 2021. The officer's recommendation is that the minutes held on that date be confirmed as circulated. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Bain, thank you. Seconder? Seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillors will put the matter to the vote.
The motion to confirm the OCM minutes from November 2021 has been carried unanimously, 11 in favour.
Thank you. We move on to item 8, receiving of petitions, presentations and deputations. At item 8.1, petitions, there are none. 8.2, presentations, there are none. We have a number of deputations tonight, the first of which has been approved. Deputation has been approved for Mrs. Ms. Sian Mawson regarding EN 030 of 21. The title of that report being Capital Works, Gibbs Street, Railway Parade to Welsh Pool, East Cannington, Safe Active Street Project. Sian, please come forward to make your deputation. Oh, you are forward. Thank you. You have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sian Mawson from 86 Gibbs Street, East Cannington. Tonight I want to talk about the Gibbs Street Safe Active Street Project. Firstly though, I'd like to acknowledge the residents of Gibbs Street who are in the gallery tonight to show their support for this item. Over the last 6 months or so, the City's officers have been talking to the residents of Gibbs Street and asking them what they want their street to look like. And the residents have spoken. They want a quieter street, a greener street, improved pedestrian connections and a welcoming street. In response, the City has produced a design that satisfies all of these needs. Gibbs Street is a destination street. This street is used to access Cannington train station, Gibbs Street Primary School, Maniana Park, and the future State Football Centre. Due to the nature of these destinations, many of them are reached by foot or bicycle rather than by car. For that reason, Gibbs Street has a lot of vulnerable people using it. In a car versus pedestrian incident, it is always the pedestrian who loses. Having a safe environment is particularly important around Gibbs Street Primary School, where the most vulnerable members of our community can be seen walking and cycling to and from school each day. It is fairly safe to presume that pedestrian use of Gibbs Street will increase once the State Football Centre opens. Many people will choose to take the train to Cannington Station at one end of Gibbs Street and walk its length to access the football centre at the other. Implementation of the Gibbs Street Safe Active Street project will provide a safer environment for pedestrians, especially our younger pedestrians, as they make their way to and from their destinations. Not only have the City's officers produced a design that meets the needs of the residents, the design encompasses the principles of several council-endorsed strategies. When these strategies are combined and moulded to meet the needs of the residents, you get the project that is presented for your endorsement tonight. The cycling and walking plan says to make the roads more pedestrian and cyclist friendly. So the speed limit is being reduced and the road width is being narrowed. The urban forest and street tree strategies say to plant more trees. So more trees are being planted in the reclaimed verge where the road is being narrowed. I appreciate that this project is a bit different to usual. Gibbs Street will be the prototype, if you like, the first of many safe active streets to be built throughout Canning, and what hopefully will become the new normal of street design, where walking and cycling needs to be prioritised over driving. Councillors, I urge you to endorse this project and show your support for the wishes and safety of the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for coming along this evening. Just so you know, we'll be bringing that matter forward for discussion fairly early in the piece. Deputation has also been approved by Mr. Steve Walker. Mr. Walker? Mr. Walker is doing a deputation on CO 009 of 21, the proposed policy use of monitoring technology, CSO3. Thank you, Mr. Walker. You have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you again. Steve Walker, 22 Farnham Street, Bentley. In regards to the proposed policy, I disagree with it. Apologies for not having more time to look at everything in regards to it, but quickly in regards to the item, again, this is another item shoved late in the year, and of course when things are thrown late in the year, it does seem a bit of a rush. I think we should...
Steve, just on that, sorry to interrupt you though, and we'll give you a little bit more time. It hasn't been shoved on the agenda late in the year. It was actually a result of a council resolution to bring it to this meeting.
Also, okay, in brief, it talks about, there's always a lot of buzzwords and a lot of words repeating themselves. It talks about improved, it talks about contemporary and improved community safety. I mean, these are all buzzwords and sell messages. It says improved public spaces. No, that's not improved public spaces. It talks about enhanced city services. I mean, for whom? For whom? It does mention monitoring technology. Also talks about broader scope and objectives. That comes up a lot. The strategic use of CCTV in the public realm. And it claims the proposed policy has been developed in conjunction with all key stakeholders. Now that's false, or it's merely an exaggeration. Because once again, and we've seen across this whole journey across the past 4 years, the public pretty much has been left outside. And the recent few years has just been a problematic exercise behind closed doors with elected members and staff, but not the public. Now, elected members have before rejected these options within this. I've also got an issue, you've only got 2 options up. There's no other options here. which is not fair. There should be an option C. How? It could be an option D, there could be an option E, but there isn't. We have talk of more proactive strategic approach to public safety. Those are the words, but where's the explanation? Why not tell us in simple terms what you mean? Also down here, if the officer's recommendation is not supported, it says it will limit the city's ability to meet community expectations. Well, I'm here from the community and that's false. It won't limit the ability. Also, it says if it's not supported, the city will be limited in its opinion to secure grant fundings. Well, I say, one, that's your opinion, and two, who cares? A lot of money has been poured in, millions in the past decade, to CCTV across Perth. Let's not join the bandwagon in going overboard. We've seen before, all that has to happen is MPs will just sign off on something, or ministers will sign off on something. That's as easy as it is. It doesn't take anything more. It doesn't take these sort of restrictive policies to be put in. You've got the journey, October 18, 2016, Shirley Elliott, Shane Mallon. There was no public consultation. Again, the same names sort of appear, 2016. Again in November, Shirley Elliott, the acting director, Shane Mallon. 2018 was a pressure cell item. Plus also back in the 2016 item, it was talking about designing out crime. It didn't make any mention of CCTV. Then we moved to 2018, which was a bit of a pressure cell. New director here, on different director than before. It's now Director Bride with Shirley Elliott. Then we go to 2020. Now, definitely the staff were ahead of themselves in 2018. And then we've got July 2019, and it was about a wish list from Zenian, and council did the actual okay decision and resolved not to go ahead with it. And the funny thing is back in 2019, the City of Canning no one was talking of emphasising operational deficits then. Yet clearly the operational deficits have been spelt out very clearly in 2021, but back then no one was talking about them. Now also from, okay, that was it, 2019, there was a June meeting where the council members ignored it, so I went to a July meeting, and all it did was note the Zenian thing, and the council went along with the minimum impact, which was a good decision. Now, I did send a letter to, I did let the City of Canning know back in 2018, or maybe it was June 2019, of my displeasure with this. I let the former Mayor, Paul NG, know this. I also let another council member in the room know, again, of this, how the public was not being consulted. Now, we've got point 11 of the item, claiming, once again, enhance and community public safety with public-facing CCTV systems. Once again, these are just the words keep coming up. Point 12, this is a big exaggeration. It says evidenced feedback, part of the city's 2020 community safety survey. Well, I know that survey because only 30 respondents were to that one, and that was passed earlier this year around April, May, I think. It talks about, it says raising the need for CCTV in public open spaces throughout the city. Now that is false. That's false. That did not happen in that community safety survey 2020, which was October, and then they handed it down around March, April this year. It's false. Plus, we've heard a bit, there's a Bentley St James petition, but we've heard, and it's claimed further on, that somehow a few people in Bentley have said, no, you've got to have CCTV, and it's got to be the smart CCTV that can track people and da-da-da-da-da. But hey, what I would say, I live in Bentley, so why would you use that and then say you've got to roll it out across the whole of the local government area? Now, I would say whoever these individual persons are, these very few, why don't we just wait? Why don't you, if you have to, put in 1 or 2 cameras there, wherever they want it, right there, that's it. And when they pass away or they move away, then you can pull the cameras out. That's an easier thing to do than rolling it out across 16 suburbs. And point 13 says, the policy restricts the city's ability to deploy units in line with community expectations. No, I disagree with that, and I've been in the public comments on this one. So that, okay, there's a lot of jargon, community connectivity, etc. We need to understand the movement through the city for the best location, use and maintenance of public open spaces. No, you can do that without CCTV. We get to consultation, point 31. Of course, the police, the internal stakeholders, but you never really spoke with the public. You never did. Got 33, it says community feedback has informed the development of the draft policy. And yes, I asked a question 2 in public question time, and I got that there was free text. You know, I actually asked for the free text earlier this year when you were passing through the survey around April. I never got it. I asked for the free text, wasn't there, wasn't. So I don't believe it. That's false. It didn't, the community survey 2021 is false. And you actually referred to your survey. If you go online, it says the survey of October, which whizzed through, it's available in December. It says that. But when you still click on the links, even today, and I tried weeks ago, it doesn't show the October survey. And I don't believe anywhere in that survey it said clearly, if you tick this box or do this multi-choice, it will be a guarantee. But online it says it's available in December. It's not available. When you go online, you click, it's not available. So you're not showing it. And that's my point. You're never showing this stuff. It's not in the attachment. You're never showing this stuff. You're never showing where the multi-choice is going. You're never showing what the actual free text is, because that was the answer I got from the director, and now the acting CEO today, it was free text. Well, we're never really seeing the free text.
1 minute.
All right. This community survey, this is wrong, it's exaggeration and it's lies. It talks about this stuff, increased CCTV, known problem areas, as well as strategic public spaces, i.e. train station, parks and playgrounds. No, that is wrong. That is a massive exaggeration. You've got the table, officer recommendation if it's declined by council. Risk D, it talks about unable and ethical. Well, what I've been saying, a lot of the stuff is unethical. And it says the consequent rating would be significant. No, that's wrong. It wouldn't be significant. It says there would be an extreme risk. No, that's false. It always talks about proactive stuff. It's not true. And I disagreed before that it should be business as usual, which City Planning classifies CCTV. It's not business as usual. I've said it before. It's not business as usual. You've never consulted the public. You don't want to consult the public. You keep running through the same sort of items, but you never consult the public. Thank you for today.
Thanks, Steve. Just on never consulting the public, we've got a whole room full of people that are here because they were consulted about the Gibb Street project. We've just been congratulated about the amount of consultation that we've just done. So thank you for coming along. The next deputation is on the Rostrata Family and Neighbourhood Centre regarding Notice of Motion 011 of 21, the Rostrata Family Centre. Can I ask the... Thank you very much. Thank you. Can I just ask you to just identify yourself, introduce yourself to the meeting, and then you have up to 10 minutes. Thank you, Diane.
Yes, good evening, Canning Council, Mayor, Chief Executive, Acting, and councillors. Thank you very much for the opportunity this evening, and I thank Councillor Bencoons for bringing a motion forward to put on the agenda tonight to speak to our efforts of trying to achieve stage 2 extensions for our community and family centre. So my apologies, I've got that round the wrong way. My name's Diane Graves and I am resident of 171 Velgrove Avenue in Parkwood, and I am Centre Manager for the Family and Community Centre, and I'm representing a deputation this evening of several of our members of our management committee team who are local residents and users of the centre. So I'm here to do that. Yep. So I wasn't sure whether Ben would be going first or I would be going first, but I have been in correspondence with councillors to try and supply information relevant to the motion that's before you tonight regarding trying to achieve stage 2 extensions for our community centre. So we are located in the area of Rostrata in Willetton, and we draw from our community, from mainly City of Canning. A few might live across the boundary in Melville, and a few might live across the boundary in City of Gosnell, so you don't want to know about that. You want to know about your City of Canning residents, and by far the majority of our participants and our members are from City of Canning. So we have been operating for 31 years. We have been successfully operating for 31 years. The centre has been managed by volunteers. It's volunteer-led, volunteer-managed, and some of the community groups and organisations call our centre their second home. It was their second home when they first came here, and they migrated here and settled in the City of Canning, raised their families, used our community centre to make connections and to start creating roots and networks, and we are now on third generation. So we have been trying for more than 15 years to achieve extensions on our centre, good practical plans to try and keep up with community demand, and also changing community needs, which is really important for us. So, apologies. So we have been working towards this for a very long time. The need has been there for a very long time. We, for instance, have multiple groups who are long-time stakeholders in our centre who have had to deal with difficult circumstances where they have been trying to learn their culture and their language and to increase their networks and to bring their children up whilst enjoying our facilities, but the facilities have been lacking for them. So, for instance, we have had people crowded into a rear foyer, no chairs to sit on, no tables, and they have done their best in those cramped facilities. I do want to say that recently I'm very appreciative of the fact that I think probably third or fourth time we had over the years approached City of Canning for help and support. We actually were fortunate enough to be meeting with, I think, Executive Director Gary Adams and Dr. Sarah McQuaid, who came along to our centre, and we are very much a hidden jewel in Willetton. I think that City of Canning weren't quite as aware as maybe they are now as to the services that we operate and what we've been doing for 30 years. And that meeting was supportive, and I have to say has led to great outcome for us, which is a very recent addition to our centre, whereby we accepted a proposal from City of Canning which would help to solve our short-term problems. So our short-term problems exist during the week, and by having a 3-year-old kindy service located in our building, they offered us the opportunity to go for stage 1 and stage 2 extensions. So stage 1 being a shorter term, more easily achievable in the shorter term extension, and we partnered with City of Canning. So we have been saving hard. Our management committee has been working hard for the past 30 years to try and put back into community. And we, the management committee, took the big decision to actually use their investments, a large chunk of their investments, and they put $200,000 up as a commitment to, absolute commitment to our future. So City of Canning partnered with us, and City of Canning put toward $250,000 towards that project, and we actually have, in the past few weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, managed to relocate our kindy outside our building onto the back of our playgrounds as an external building. And that is much appreciated and much celebrated, and we look forward to having a formal opening of that facility. So on top of that, we were actually very, very fortunate to be able to upgrade our sadly degraded playgrounds, much in need of repair. We were lucky enough to receive some electoral funding, and we have now also upgraded our playgrounds. That has helped us in several areas during the week. It has not helped us in the evenings and on the weekends. We are full to bursting. The door opens on a Sunday, for instance, at 6:30 in the morning, and it doesn't stop banging all day till 9 o'clock at night on a Sunday. So we have a huge variety of organisations, groups, cultural groups, spiritual groups, mental health groups. We have all kinds of organisations coming through the door running programs themselves, and we also run and provide programs for our community, 0 to 99. So the needs of society have changed. We might have started off as being a small community centre that provided mainly programs for children. We have been mistaken for 30 years as a childcare centre. We are not a childcare centre. We have never really been a childcare centre. We are a family and resident and individual support base. We're a referral base. We're a referral resource. We are a community centre that is a true shared facility where everyone works together to try and decrease conflict on the timetable, noise conflict. Those things are very, very difficult to deal with. That job's getting harder and harder, and we desperately need to deal with that. We do need to move quickly on stage 2. Yes, we have always fallen in the cracks between leasing problems or with the building, or leasing problems with the land with City of Canning, or we have fallen in the cracks with being at the wrong end of a funding contract through Department of Communities to provide our service. That has always been a massive difficulty for us. We have failed to find supporting Lottery West funding due to not having enough time left on our contract. But when I put to you that we've been there managing this service really well for 31 years, based on 3-year contracts, most recently a 5-year contract, I ask you whether that's a valid excuse not to offer us help and support. We wish to be there for the next 30 years, and we are asking you to please strongly consider supporting our community. Our community would be enormously appreciative of anything that you are able to do for us, but we are asking if we can please move on stage 2 now. I don't know whether or not there's anything else to say. I have sent some supporting information through to Deputy Mayor Coons and some councillors, and I've also been sent a question about the possibility of using other resources in other areas, which I have answered in depth today. I don't know whether the councillors have all received that information, but I would like that to be taken into consideration as well. So we're not able to pick our community up and relocate it. We've built deep roots for 30 years. I don't know what else I can say to that. So I think it speaks for itself. It might be nice to think that we could pick our community up and move it into a nice brand new shiny facility, but that's not the nature of community, and community wants to live, work and play where it lives, work and plays, and it wants relevant community programs to support them within their local area. It isn't possible for us to pick it up and shift it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillors, a request to make a deputation has been received by Mr Richard Aldridge, Acting Interim CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. With regard to the request for a deputation by Mr Aldridge, the CEO, in accordance with clause 4.92b of the standing orders, is referring this request to Council to decide by simple majority whether or not to receive the deputation.
Thank you. I'd like to move from the Chair that Council resolves not to receive the deputation requested by Mr Aldridge at tonight's Council meeting, and I will then speak to the matter if I have a seconder. Councillor Spencer Teo. Thank you. Councillors, the reason that I am asking Council not to support the deputation is because of the subject matter, which was made available to me shortly before this meeting this evening. Mr Aldridge, as those close to me will know, has been waging a malicious and orchestrated campaign against me for a number of years. I don't understand why. but it is with the apparent sole objective of affecting my standing in the community. I don't understand it. Tonight, Mr Aldridge wishes to make, in a public meeting, untested allegations, which I believe, in my opinion, are both misconstrued and also unfounded. Mr Aldridge has apparently referred a matter to the Court of Disputed Returns in relation to the recent local government elections, and is alleging that my role in the local government elections should cause the election result to be set aside and declared void. Those allegations that I believe will be made against me tonight are, as I said, unfounded. This matter is already before the Court of Disputed Returns. It would be prejudicial to all parties for us to hear the matter tonight. Under section 5.32 of our own local laws, our own standing orders, person addressing the council is to be courteous and respectful. I don't see how this matter can support the best interests of the community, and I can't see how making untested and salacious allegations against any member of this council can be done in a manner which is either respectful or courteous. I'd also make the point, councillors, that we are now working beneath the umbrella of the Local Government Model Code of Conduct regulations, which are an Act of Parliament, have strict guidance in regards to the behaviour of council. I would think, my own opinion would be, that there would be some issue, perhaps a breach of those conditions, if council voted tonight, now knowing that a member of the public is about to make unfounded allegations against any member here, to then allow him to do that through a vote of this council. So, councillors, I would protect any one of you if unfounded allegations were being made against any one of you. I ask you tonight that in the interest of fairness, that there are forums available for people to make complaints. A person can make a complaint to the local government. A person can make a complaint to the Minister for Local Government. A person can make a complaint to the Western Australian Electoral Commission, or a person can make a complaint to any number of authoritative bodies. But it is not the role of council to allow vexatious members of the public to come into this forum when they have failed to found those allegations in other forums, and then use this forum to further their orchestrated campaign against certain councillors. It's just unfair, and it's not within the remit of council. And for those of us here who have at times been subjected to, regular dissent by members of the public, we accept that. It comes with being a member of council. It comes with being a public figure. But what we don't expect is that we would allow any person to walk in here not knowing what he's about to say, but what I have in front of me is making allegations about me personally, that I was non-compliant with the Local Government Act and had undue influence on the election. And there are further allegations contained in what I have in front of me here. Councillors, I would hope that no one would speak against this. I would hope for your full support. This is one matter in the whole 6 years I've been on council, is the first time that I have ever thought that we should close ranks and disallow a deputation. This is not within the remit of the local government. It's not in the best interest of anybody tonight to allow a person to walk into this forum and misuse it. And I believe that that is what Mr Aldridge's intention is. Councillor Spencer Teo, would you like to speak on the matter?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I too have been a victim of Mr Aldridge's relentless attacks on my good standing, not just with the decisions made in this forum, but also questioning the merits of which I myself have been elected. I was pretty much left to my own devices to have to deal with this. I didn't want to bring it up in this forum because I don't think it's appropriate. And as you said, there are complaint mechanisms, there are governing bodies who are required to deal with this, and I don't believe this is a job for council, and therefore I won't be supporting it through my own personal experiences. with this person, and I would hate to wish that on any of my other fellow councillors. It came at a very high financial cost to myself, and it took a personal toll on me as well. Having somebody question the work that you do in the community is very demoralising, and I would like to think that if any of my fellow councillors were experiencing the same thing, they would have my support and I'd have their back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Singh?
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, the motion is that council resolves to receive or not to receive?
Is not to receive.
Okay.
Governance, can I ask you to change that? That's the motion I put, that's the motion I read to the meeting. Thank you. Councillors, I hope we can just put the matter to the vote. Does anyone wish to speak against it? Councillor Holland?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I understand your point of view totally, but you're asking me here to vote for a deputation that I don't even know what's in the against a deputation I don't know what's in it.
Would you like to see what I've been provided with?
I think we all should see it. We can't vote on something. I can't vote on something I haven't seen.
I'm not prepared to read the allegations in the allegation
I
made
understand
against
that.
me.
I understand
Would you really
that totally,
expect me
but it
to read
should
the
be
allegation to the meeting?
It should be circulated, Mr. Mayor.
You think the allegations should be circulated?
I don't know what the allegations are,
I've
Mr.
just told
Mayor.
you what the allegations are.
No, you haven't. You
Yes,
haven't
I
told
did.
me the whole thing. I don't know what they are.
Speak against it then, Councillor Holland. I'm not arguing with you.
I beg your pardon?
I said then speak against it. Is that what you're intending to do?
I don't know how you can ask us to vote for a deputation or against a deputation, pro or against it, when we haven't seen what the deputation is.
We'd never get to see what the deputation is, Councillor, because there's no compulsion or compelling, there's nothing under our standing orders that requires people to submit their deputation in full. By allowing he's giving us an insight into what he will do, and they are to make allegations against me. I'm named 4 times in this small excerpt of what the deputation will be. But if Mr Aldridge is going to sit here for 10 minutes and peel me like an onion in the public forum, making unfounded and untested allegations, I'm just saying there are other forums where that can be referred, and you know that yourself.
Look, Mr. Mayor, I totally agree, and I agree with the protection as well, and I would protect you, but I can't vote on something I don't know. We don't know what the deputation's going to be. We haven't got a clue what it's going to be. You've got 4 or 5 or 2 paragraphs
you're
or
saying
whatever.
you don't have a clue. I've just actually read an excerpt from it and told you what it's about. So, yes, you have a clue what it's about. It's about allegations against a sitting councillor here in front of you. And so if you think it's appropriate that Mr Aldridge should be allowed to stand up here at the lectern and just tee off, well then vote against it.
Mr. Mayor, I don't like being treated like that, thank you. And I
think
will
you're
ask
being
you to
overly
remember
sensitive. I'm not treating you like
I will
anyone.
ask you to remember our standing orders that I'm due to be treated with respect, and my
I'm treating you
opinion
with
is to be
respect.
treated with respect. I've brought up a very valid point here. How do we vote on something we haven't seen?
And I answered your question.
I don't think you have.
Well, I just did.
Now, the other part of it, yes, I don't like anyone coming here and attacking any councillor. That should not happen at all. But I don't know whether that is the case here. Now, as far as that not being a forum or not the remit of council, if it is a complaint, there are procedures, and you should be able to complain to council, but not necessarily to attack a councillor. No, under no circumstances should that be able to happen. But you asked me to vote on something I don't know what it is. That's my dilemma.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Sabiri.
Thank you. I have a question. I guess I'd like to ask the CEO why they felt it's not right to rule on this one themselves and make it a council decision. This is not really normal, I guess, even when a deputation is allowed. So, yeah, I'd like to hear what the CEO has to say about this. Thank you.
Director McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Sabiri. The deputation as described by Mr Aldridge does make reference to a matter that could be deemed to be of confidential in nature and subject to legal proceedings. And under section 4.9, I do have the right to refer it to council to make the decision as to whether or not it wishes to accept it.
So the CEO only has 2 options, either to approve it or to refer it to council for a decision. And that's what we're doing. We're just going to make a decision on whether we hear it. Yes, Councillor Holland.
As far as I'm aware, but correct me if I'm wrong, how is it that this is sub judice when it's the Court of Disputed Returns?
It's an authoritative body. The Court of Disputed Returns will deal with the matter. I understand from what I have in front of me.
Is it sub judice?
I don't know if it's sub judice or not.
Well, you just
So
said
the
it was.
I don't think I used the word sub judice.
You said you weren't able to talk about it when it's before the courts, which means sub judice.
I don't think I said you can't talk about it before the courts.
Well, that'd be interesting to
Councillor
hear the tape.
Jacobs?
A few questions. Is there any precedent? Have we ever done this before?
Director McQuaid.
I'm not aware of that, but I have two options before me as acting interim CEO, and that is that I either accept it or that I refer it to council to make a decision on, and that is the right with under the standing orders.
Second question is, my understanding, Mr Mayor, is that you're still in control of the meeting if people are doing a deputation. And my understanding is that you can rule certain parts of what they say. You can allow them to say it, or you can say you're not allowed to say it. Is my understanding correct? Is you still control the meeting while someone's making a deputation?
Yeah, it's a difficult thing though, isn't it, Councillor? Because at the end of the day, as you now know, I mean, and I'm glad that we're doing it, these matters are being live streamed, and once something is said, it can't be unsaid. So these are being live streamed, it'll be on the audio, it's being beamed into people's homes. So once an allegation, I don't know what Mr Aldridge is going to say, but I can only imagine, but once those words are actually said, they can't be unsaid. And so what we should be doing, what I believe we should be doing is preventing that from actually occurring. Because as I said to you here, I know what it's about, and I know it's going to be allegations about me, and I'm asking for your support to say, listen, this is not the forum. If you want to make a complaint, make a complaint. But you don't get to do it here.
Third one, then if he was to say something that was out of order, would you not have the power to rule that out of order and he'd have to move on to the next part of what he wanted to say?
Yeah, I refer back to my previous response though, Jesse. As soon as he has said it, it's been said. So you can't unsay that. If he makes a claim that is malicious, or I can rule it out of order, but that is then out there in the public domain, and I think it's patently unfair. So this is not something that it's not the business of council. As I said, if he wants to make a complaint, he should make a complaint. Sure, he'll make a complaint. But this is not a forum for airing dirty linen or airing complaints. If someone wishes to make a complaint here tonight about any councillor, they don't get to stand there at that forum and make a complaint to you all here tonight. They get to make a formal complaint using our complaints policy. Yep.
Is it possible to have a look at that piece of paper?
I'm happy to show it to you. Governor? Councillor Sabiri.
Just wanted to confirm, so the CEO believes that and agrees that this deputation is not, tonight's not its place.
Acting interim CEO?
That's why the item has been put before council to decide whether or not it wishes to hear the deputation.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. We'll continue with the meeting. Does anyone wish to speak against the matter before we put it to the vote? Councillor Sweeney. Thank you.
Yeah, I think just having read that, I don't know whether all councillors have read it, but I certainly have read it. And we're in a sort of a no man's land here at the moment, because I think if these allegations that are on that piece of paper are towards you, Mr Mayor, I think there's a problem for you anyway in relation to a conflict of interest. I think it would be very difficult for you to make any type of determination on how we should or should not receive this document when it is allegedly about you. So I'm not quite sure how we pursue this going forward. I don't know whether it's something that we may need to take further advice on and perhaps give Mr Aldridge another chance once we've considered this and taken further advice on the matter to perhaps look at this at our next meeting. But I think at this stage, for me, not knowing what Mr Aldridge is going to say, it does make it very, very difficult. You know, we are a council, we are put in place here to represent the community and hear what the community has to say. So without knowing what Mr Aldridge is going to say, it makes it very difficult to just come over and overrule that at the moment. So I do think there's a conflict of interest. I don't know how we move forward, but I don't think at this stage, Mr Mayor, I just don't think that I can move forward and agree to what you're proposing at this stage.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Anyone else before we put the matter to the vote? I just don't want to waste the whole night on this. Councillor Jacobs.
So thanks, Mr Mayor. This is one of those decisions, and I just hope that we can just make the best decision that we can. I just want to give you my mind. I think that that I will support I understand what a few other councillors have said, and I understand what you say, Mr Mayor, too. But I think that it's such a, you know, if we were to just start disallowing deputations, it sort of goes against my understanding of Australian democracy and fair process. Is the gentleman a ratepayer? Yes. Can he come in and make a deputation? Yes. There's nothing to say that you can't make a deputation. I think that there is relevant controls. At no stage, Mr Mayor, will the meeting not be out of your control. I think, we don't know what he's going to say. It may be a case where if the gentleman says something and you might ask, as you've asked other people, to rephrase it or say it something differently, that might be a way. But at this stage, I've had a look at that, and I think for process-wise and for precedent-wise, I think it's important that we allow residents to come and have the opportunity to speak, and we cannot second-guess what they will say. And if they are to say something that is out of order, I'm fairly confident, Mr Mayor, that you run a fairly tight meeting anyway. So at this stage, I will be voting against this motion, but look, it's a decision that every other council is going to have to make, and that's my thinking, and I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, if there's no one else wishing to speak against it, or is there anyone else wishing to speak against it? If not, I'll just close and we can take a vote. Councillor?
Yeah, this will be my speaking. The other ones were really questions. I will be speaking against this, Mr Mayor. Thank you for showing me that piece of paper. I totally agree with you that there should be no attacking on any councillor in here, but we don't know what Mr Aldridge is going to say. Councillor Jacobs said, "Let Mr Mayor, if anybody gets out of line here, then it's up to you to bring him into line and correct them if they're doing the wrong thing." But I think this is censorship. That we are not letting a person speak, and we don't know what he even's going to say. We're stopping him to speak before he can. This is not democratic. We don't know. He might come up and say, "Look, I disagree with you, Mr Mayor. If you supported somebody else in an election, I disagree with you. I'd like to put that on the personal record. I'd like to say that. If he attacks you, yeah, pull him into line. But if he wants to come and say, I disagree with what happened, yes, as far as I'm concerned, he's got every right. That's what a democratic society is. I'm allowed to say, I disagree with you. You disagree with me quite often, Mr Mayor, which is a democratic right. That's what we do in here. But to stop someone from speaking when we don't even know what they're going to say, I can't go by that. The other part that really worries me, if this is sub judice, then we shouldn't even be talking about it. And we should have had a legal opinion on this. That was brought up, that it was before the courts. If you listen to the tape again, Mr Mayor, you will see that you did mention something, and you'll remember your own words later on. So then with this, we shouldn't even be here.
I used the word prejudicial. I said it may be prejudicial. I never used sub judice.
No, you didn't use the term sub judice. I didn't say you did.
You listened to the tape. I never used that term.
I know. You didn't.
It may be prejudicial.
No,
I said it may be prejudicial to discuss it here. That's what I said.
Because it's before the courts.
That's what I believe.
Is that just another euphemism for sub judice?
That's why I'm just telling you what I said. You're actually saying that I said something. I'm saying I didn't say it.
Okay, all right. I'm not going to get down to the semantics on that. But if that was the case, if there's any concern about that whatsoever, we should have had a legal opinion. before this even came here tonight. And maybe we should get a legal opinion. So on that note, just in case that is, because if it is between the Court of Disputed Returns, I don't want to be accused of sub judice at all, and I don't want to go up to the court, so I'll make a procedural motion that this is deferred until we get a legal opinion on it.
Acting Interim CEO.
Just to be clear, the matter is put before council. Council can choose to hear the deputation, but that is a decision of council. The Mayor has moved that it not be heard, but through your vote you have the decision to decide whether it is or isn't heard. I made reference to it being, could be subject to confidential matters because of the claim made by Mr Aldridge. It also is, could be heard as defamation against an elected member, but the decision ultimately is before council to decide whether you wish to hear the deputation tonight or not. I'm not sure that we need to seek legal advice at this stage.
Surely we don't need to spend thousands of dollars of ratepayers' money to actually get a legal opinion on whether or not to hear a deputation. I don't think we've got to that point, have we? Okay,
Mr Mayor, I'm quite happy with that too. If there's any, somebody comes up and here even attempts to defame or something, I would imagine that you would pull them into order, and they will be subject to the full force of the courts if that happens, and that's the way it should happen. So whatever deputation is by whoever gives it on whatever subject should not defame anybody in this council and should not attack anybody as well. But they should be heard.
Thank you. I'll just speak in rebuttal. Councillor Severi, you fine? I just want to speak in rebuttal. Members of the public are here. I hope you understand what's going on. It's a peculiar position. In the 6 years I've been on council, we've never refused to deal with a deputation in this place, and I don't intend to do it often. But I think people in public life need to be protected, as all people need to be protected in their workplace. And I think Councillor Spencer Teo mentioned earlier the personal toll that these constant allegations make on a person. I've been subjected to these number of allegations now for a number of years, and it does take a personal toll on a person, and it affects them and the people around them. And I don't for a moment accept what Councillor Holland said about defamation. The issue with defamation is that for a person to actually take a proceeding around defamation, Councillor, you then have to actually, that won't be actually defended by this council. I would then have to actually spend thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of dollars of my own money to actually move a defamation proceeding in a court. And you would know that. So, you know, that is just not something. And of course, once those words are uttered, if they're uttered, it is out there. And this is a public meeting and it's being live streamed. I'm simply asking for those around this table here, those who will at some stage perhaps, or have already perhaps been in my position where they've been subjected to an allegation, just to understand that there are places where allegations can legally be made. And I will say again, they can be made to a whole raft of authoritative bodies and be dealt with in that manner. But this can't be a place, this council cannot be a place. We've got an order of business to get through tonight that is about dealing with matters for the betterment of our community. And this place can't be used as a place of last resort for disgruntled people that have found that their endless complaints have been tossed out by every other authoritative body, and so they come down here to a live stream meeting which will be listened to by local media in a way to actually somehow gain what they always wanted to achieve in the first place. I'm simply asking you for your support. I'm asking for your trust. I'm asking you to believe that what is here will be detrimental to me personally and to a number of councillors who were recently elected who are now your colleagues here. So don't think for a moment that by extension what will happen tonight in this deputation won't besmirch each one of those people and their standing in this community, because that's what this is about. So without any further discussion on the matter, let's put the matter to the vote. The motion is that we not resolve to receive the deputation. If you support that, press yes. Thank you. Governance, let's put the matter to the vote.
The motion to not receive the deputation, Mr Aldridge, tonight has been carried, 8 in favour, 3 against. Let me just switch. And those councillors voting against the motion, Councillors Holland, Jacobs and Sweeney.
Thank you. The deputation will not be allowed. At item 9, applications for leave of absence, there are none. At item 10, questions by members of which due notice has been given, also there are none. At item 11, which is items brought forward for the convenience of those in the public gallery, there are going to be a number of matters I'll bring forward tonight because I can see that there are people here wanting to deal with a number of matters, and I don't propose that you should need to sit here till 10 o'clock tonight. So if I can, I'll bring those matters forward so you can listen to them and go home, unless you'd like to stay. It's interesting, isn't it? The first item that I'm going to bring forward will be Notice of Motion 011 of 21, the title of the report being Rostrata Family Centre. A notice of motion has been received from Deputy Mayor Kunza, which can be seen on the screen, and the recommendation is on page 214 of tonight's agenda. The matter has been moved by Deputy Mayor Kunza. We'll just wait for governors to get that on screen. Thank you. The matter is on screen. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Spencer Teo is the seconder. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I won't repeat the rationale too much, as I hope you've had the opportunity to read what I've written within the report. And I'd like to start off by acknowledging Diane and members of the committee that are here today to advocate for this project. Well, I came to know the Rostrata Family and Community Centre about 7 years ago, and have had the pleasure of visiting a number of times to see the great work that they're doing. As Diane mentioned tonight, it's a bit of a hidden jewel. I'd seen it many times in my visits to Prenwick Park, but wasn't aware of what they had been doing there. It's an institution that's 31 years old, but its building, bricks and mortar are still in pretty good condition, but there's one issue. They've been way too small for way too long. The Rostrata Family Centre is not one single community group or sporting club. The facilities does not just accommodate for a couple of users. Just like the Herald Avenue Senior Citizens Centre, the Rostrata Family Centre is a community hub that caters for many different groups, hundreds of residents from the City of Canning, from many different suburbs. It's not just about Willetton, it's about the people from across many suburbs. It provides a place for groups that don't need a permanent home 24/7, but needs a place to meet a couple of times a week. The centre has been immensely successful, and I've got to say, it provides many services that local governments would normally provide. But it has been a victim of its own success. It can't cater for the many community groups that need a home. I'll take the Willetton Bridge Club, for example, where over the last few years, they've gone from Herald Avenue Senior Citizens Centre to the Riverton Library, to the Rostrata Family Centre, to the Riverton RSL, and now again they're looking for more space, possibly Herald Avenue again. During this time, we actually converted the City of Canning small meeting rooms in the Bill Cole Centre into spaces for businesses, as they were previously being underutilised. Why? I don't know why they weren't using that facility, but to me, it illustrates how effective the Rostrata Family Centre and its leadership has been, catering for our community independent of the City of Canning, and we've not historically had to invest into it. Now, I've argued many times in this place that we should support those who support themselves. And to me, there is a multiplier effect here with supporting the Rostrata Family Centre. You're not just helping one group, you're helping many. You give them resources or capacity similar to the Herald Avenue Senior Citizens Centre. You're not just helping one or two groups, you're helping 10 or 20. You're not just catering for 30 or 40 people, but hundreds. Now, in my rationale and in the officer comment, it alluded to the uncertainty of the funding contract. And as Ms Graves said, the reality is that uncertainty will always exist. The Rostrata Family Centre regularly needs to reapply for funding with a 5-year contract previously awarded. Now, to me, that's the perfect reason, or this is the perfect opportunity to appropriate the ORCI funds to expand the Rostrata Family Centre. Other funding streams, such as Lottery West, have been difficult tracked to this project. But that's not the case for change room upgrades or lighting upgrades. There's always other funding sources. The LRCI is unique in that regard. Now, I'd like to make the point that by supporting this motion and supporting the Restrada Family and Community Centre, we're not saying no to other projects. We still need to and will deliver other projects. We can use municipal funds over coming budgets and also look for other funding opportunities. Federal elections due early next year with the seat of Swan primed to be a key seat, and we can attract funding to these projects that we're hoping to deliver. People like Ben Morton and Matt Keogh and candidates in Swan, which will, as I said, a key seat, will be looking to fund these. I also understand that the member for Riverton, Dr Krishnan, has already given verbal support to obtaining state government funding for the Restrada Family Centre Stage 2 expansion, which will free up more funds to invest elsewhere. So that's one of the reasons, as part of my motion, I didn't say a definitive figure within the motion, because the expansion is costed at 1.3, with the grant being 1.76. Now, assuming that the state can possibly contribute a third, that would free up funding to invest into other projects. And with respect to the officer concern about meeting the project acquittal timelines, Ben Morton has already confirmed today in writing that he doesn't see that as an issue, as there's flexibility built within the grant guidelines to allow for an extension if required, because they actually want additional complex projects to be looked at that help the community. And I couldn't think of a better project than this one. Now, so tonight I ask you, the Restrada family community asks you to say yes and allow them to expand and proceed with this project that they've been working on for many years.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Spencer-Teo.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Okay, so a measly $67,000 for one small playground upgrade in Riverton is all the Bannister Ward received with rounds 1 and 2 of this federal funding. And as much as I would love to see some of this money come our way, either by creation of a home for Rossmoyne Volleyball Club, or bringing forward the Shelley Beach Park playgrounds, frustratingly, these have not been a priority and they're not at a stage where any planning or design has taken place. Knowing the capacity issues faced by the Restorative Family Centre and the 40 plus user groups needing more space, plus the 30 plus groups either wanting more time in the centre or on a wait list for time at the centre, I honestly cannot think of another facility that's more deserving. Although the centre's in Willerton, in the Belia ward, it services community groups in every ward of Canning. Restrada Family Centre is not seasonal. It doesn't service one sport or one community organisation. As you heard before, the doors are open from 6:30 a.m. till 10 p.m. daily, 7 days a week, almost 365 days a year. The Restrada Family Centre's plans have been costed, they're ready to go, there's a generous contingency allocated. The report says that some traffic management surveys and parking considerations would need to be done, and it could impact the deadline. But I have to admit I'm left questioning this. We doubled the size of the Willerton Basketball Stadium, and at that time it had 3,500 members. And we only built an additional 27 parking bays. Therefore, an additional 170 square metres to increase this space surely wouldn't require that much additional parking, if any. I mean, you just have to be at the recent Makers Market, where the market was actually held in the entire car park, so there was nowhere to park. People had to park on the perimeter of the oval, which apparently I hear is quite normal for when the football club are there. So based on these two factors, I'm sure additional parking requirements, if any, would be minimal. The centre provides a crucial community service. It relieves the city of its responsibility of providing staff and access to all of these community groups at very affordable rates. The programs run by the centre cater for all ages, all abilities, they're multicultural, and they cater for organisations and vital community service providers such as mental health support groups and a child health nurse. It ticks all the boxes. This motion isn't asking for all of the $1.7 million to be spent on Restrada. However, in the motion coming up later, officer recommendation, we are asking for approximately $1.6 to $1.7 million to be spent on one facility. Now, I'm not saying the users of HOSAC are not worthy, of course they are, but right now they have facilities, they have both male and female change rooms, they do not have any capacity issues. Yes, the facilities need an upgrade, but they are able to cater for their current users. It's a real hard decision to make, I get that. We're all fighting for funding for our respective wards. Councillors, please join us in supporting Rostrata Family Centre this evening. If we defer this, it could set back the project unnecessarily. The centre needs to apply for state funding and they need to do this quickly. If we defer it, months could be lost and it could result in the entire project being pushed back for years. Let's also remember that even on the high end of this project, we're not going to be spending all the funds. There's confidence from the state government that they're going to chip in. Therefore, there will be opportunities to fund some of these other projects, and we can talk about those at another time. We have a chance to advocate for all of those projects, but tonight, the Rostrata Family Centre has my support, and I really hope that you can all see the value to the entire Canning community by supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against the motion? Councillor Sabiri.
I respect the work that Rostrata Family Centre does as a not-for-profit and a private organisation, but reading the office recommendation and the city's recently completed an extension of the Rostrata Family Centre in November 2021. And there are a number of other community groups and associations who have been identified with more need for infrastructure improvements, which the city to date has been unable to financially support. So I can't really support this notice of motion, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Bain, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Question, if I may.
Yes, of course.
So if this NOM is supported, does that mean item EN 03121 is then null and void? Thank you.
No, I think Dr. McQuaid.
Recommendations 1 and 2 would be null and void, and council would still need to make a decision on items 3 and 4. However, there is a recommendation that you do need to specify the dollar amount in the resolution tonight, because we need to know if you're not allocating the full 1.76 million towards Rostrata, what funds are left available to be allocated to other projects. So should council choose to only allocate a portion of the funds to Rostrata, then subject to, we will look at those recommendations 1 and 2 and the shortlist projects at item EN 03121.
So 3 and 4 stay in play and then just move up. Anyone else wish to speak on the matter? Councillor Tuchek.
Thank you. I'm in favour of supporting the Rostrata Family Neighbourhood Centre. As a newly elected councillor, this is exactly the type of community project that I and we should all be supporting. I've met Diane from the centre management on a number of occasions and discussed the information that the Deputy Mayor has presented this evening. As councillors, we need to make the best decision for our community, and this is a perfect example of the community facility that has operated successfully for over 30 years with a huge variety of community programs and is desperately needing funds to expand to accommodate existing groups, expanding groups and groups that are currently waiting, such as the Willetton Toy Library. With over 30 community groups and operating 7 days a week, the extension is well overdue, 15 years overdue, and the facility is at capacity and is now the time to decide on the extension to ensure the Rostrata Family Neighbourhood Centre can grow and be sustainable for the future. With a personal recommendation and full support from Ben Morton, I think we need to ensure that the Rostrata Family Centre gets the necessary funds to progress to stage 2. The project has been fully costed at 1.3 million with a generous contingency plan. Making the decision tonight allows the Rostrata Family Centre to make applications for the state funding, which initial discussions with Dr. Jaggs have already commenced. This will allow other projects to be funded, as we've discussed just recently, by the LRCI and discussed at a later date. Please, fellow councillors, I'd really support this worthy cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tuchek. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Sweeney.
Yeah, thank you. These things are always difficult, but I find myself not supporting this. I think that the family and the community centre have very good reasons, like a lot of groups, to receive this funding. And I must say, I find it unusual. A politician also is involved in this. I don't know quite how I feel about that. But I think that the family centre, has very good standing and can represent themselves very strongly here. These things, I think, are difficult and when determining the allocation of funds. There are equally, I find, other groups applying for funds. And I have to say, persuaded by the city's experts, that's what we pay them for, and they say that there is no capacity issues. And the city also says that the recent expansion will accommodate the growth of this family centre for the next 5 years. So I think that we do need to consider this, and we also need to consider that there are other family groups and associations out there where their needs are equally as wanting as this Rostrata group. As I say, it is difficult, but there are a lot of other needs of other groups that the city at the moment is unable to support. So I don't think it's fair that one group is singled out for support. We need to apply the funding equally across the city of Canning to all these groups. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Sweeney. Anyone else? Anyone else wish to speak before we put the matter back to Councillor Kunza? Councillor Kunza, can I ask a question? The acting interim CEO, Dr McQuaid, mentioned putting an allocation of funds in here, and I see it's devoid. You're leaving it up to an allocation of funds to be determined by the administration at the moment, as I read it. I'm not certain how to address it, but at the moment it reads, supports the centre's expansion plans and approves the CEO to allocate funding. But that allocation of funding is somewhat left to the discretion of the city's administration. Dr McQuaid, can I ask for some clarity around that? What would be the recommendation of the city to address that issue as you presented it earlier?
Thank you. I see item 5, recommendation 5, is obviously asking us to make formal representation to the members of Riverton and state government seeking financial contributions, but we don't know that we'll be able to get that as a firm commitment to then decide what the shortfall is of the 1.76. So the recommendation is that you do insert another recommendation that provides us with a dollar figure, and also just comment that there have been comments made around the 1.3 fully costed. There is still work to do to cost the project to a full QS standard, so you would probably want to consider slightly more than the 1.3 if you were going to put a dollar figure in.
Deputy Mayor?
Would it be appropriate to say 2/3 of the funding? And should it not end up in a situation, as you've just said, that we can address the matter again when we come back in February or March if there isn't a firm commitment?
Dr McQuaid?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, you could put it down as 2/3 of the funding, and with an item to come back, as you've said earlier, the only consideration that council would need to give is that we wouldn't be able to proceed with submitting a proposed project of works for other projects under the LRCI for the remaining funds until we have that decision, if you're expecting us to hold the fund until we have that commitment from the state government.
No, but if we're adopting it to proceed with committing 2/3 of the funding from this, and then should it not materialise, then redirecting the funding as you've done with stage 1 and stage 2 of the ORCI.
Yes, that's correct. We can do that. Sorry.
You'd need to propose to amend the recommendation.
Can I comment?
Yes, Dr McQuaid.
Councillor Kunz, item number 3, you could just simply allocate 2/3 of the funding from LRCI to that item. We could just make an amendment to that one recommendation.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Kunza, are you in agreement with the...
Oh yeah, that's...
You're in agreement with that? I'll rule that that is a minor amendment. Councillor Spencer-Teo, I don't think you have any objections to that. That being the case, that will be added as an amendment to the substantive motion. Councillor Kunze, I'll ask you to close. Did you close? Sorry? Oh, Councillor Jacobs, yeah, go ahead.
Just a question. So the federal member wrote to us, and are we able to put any specific, I think someone said that they would like to put some contribution, but we're putting in 2/3. Is it possible, are we just going to put up 2/3 and then the other third's going to come from somewhere? Where would it come from? I know that Dr. Jaggs has said he's supporting, but I'm just trying to make all the money sort of come together. And also, Ben Morton, is this a promise for? Is this something to do with the federal election at the moment coming up?
I don't think this is actually in relation to the federal election. I think it's separate to that, but Dr. McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I believe it is separate to the election commitment, and should the money not materialise, we'll bring a further item back to council in the new year to discuss any shortfalls, and we have until June 30 to submit proposed work for LRCI funding.
Yeah, of course, go ahead.
There's an election next year in May. Is this going to be able to get done before May, before the federal election?
You're talking about the building of the...
Like, I hope it's not related. I hope that everything... I'm just thinking, you know, we're in December. That's 4 or 5 months. Hopefully it can all be done before the election. Is that sort of a question, an open-ended question? Is it possible?
I think that would be the intent, Dr. McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, it would be the intent for the city to make, to seek advice from the ministers immediately and to progress this as soon as we possibly can in partnership with Restrata Family Centre to do that advocacy piece. Noting that obviously for all intents and purposes we want to be able to start the project as soon as possible to deliver the project, particularly given whilst we may get an extension on the time frame, it will still take close to 24 months to deliver the project.
Councillor Spencer-Teo, you have a question?
Just a question. Let's say hypothetically the state funding didn't come through. The city could also work with Restrata perhaps over to discuss a loan similar to the Willetton Basketball Association, could they not?
Dr. McQuaid?
That would be a matter put before council to decide upon in the new year if that was the case.
Councillor Holland?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I've got a bit of a problem with number 3.
Yep, let's just have a look at it.
With the new wording.
Yep. Which part have you got an issue with?
The whole new wording, to be quite honest. Approves the Chief Executive Officer to allocate 2/3 of the funding from the LRCI Phase 3 to instigate Stage 2. Is it 2/3 from the of the funding from the LRCI or 2/3 of the funding required for the job?
It's 2/3 of the funding from the LRCI, which is 2/3 of the 1766074. That's how I read it. I think that's the intent.
Is that...
That's how it reads to me.
That's correct. That's
I think that's proper English.
So that 2/3 of 1.7 is 1.3 or something, is it?
About 1.1 or something. Before I ask the Deputy Mayor to close, I wasn't going to speak. I will just quickly, only to say I wholeheartedly support the notice of motion. And from the point of view too, and you know what, Councillor Jacobs raised a very good point. We are on the precipice of a federal election, and look, I have absolutely no doubt that this will be a knife edge election. I think we, as the CEO and Mayor and this council, would hope that we will be able to advocate for further funding. So by allocating this funding tonight, or a portion of it, to the Restrata Family Centre, we're not saying that any of those projects that are on the list are not going to go through. I think we've got a very good chance that they will. In fact, items 3 and 4 of the recommendation coming up later in the program means that council will still be making decisions about the additional. I think there will be about $500,000 left, or perhaps more than that. That figure of 2/3, is it about 1.17. So that means we're going to have maybe about $600,000 there from this LRCI funding, which is really manna from heaven for us. It's been somewhat, I guess this is not the cute way of coining it, but it's been gifted to us, and it's an opportunity to actually invest in a centre that all of us know is a sensational community centre that, really does reach out into all of Canning and provide enormous amount of benefit to our wider community. And the only issue that they have is lack of space. They lost the Bridge Club some time ago. The Bridge Club had to leave because the Bridge Club was growing and there was no space in there. If you've ever been inside the place, it's very small inside, and it was built an awful long time ago. So it has outgrown its capacity at the moment. And I think as a council, whilst there's lots of worthy clubs and local community groups, and we will fund those when the opportunity arises. But tonight we get to actually look at funding what we know will deliver enormous benefit to the City of Canning from a proven model for a community group that has already been achieving and kicking goals for 30 years. So they do that by themselves and they deliver programs. And we've all been there at different times over our career here on council and seen the work that they do firsthand. We're very fortunate at the city to have a number of community groups like this. But tonight we have the opportunity to support this one with money that has been provided to us that we probably didn't see coming, but it's an opportunity for us to go, you know what, let's just do this properly. Let's just fund this while we can with money that we've been given, and we will get to all those other projects. There's $600,000 left here in this funding alone, and I know that I will be speaking to federal members on both sides of politics in the next 5 or 6 months, and I'll be doing everything I can, along with the CEO, whoever that might be sitting next to me, to squeeze every penny out of the federal government for the betterment of this community, and that will be our role. So, I just hope that people aren't sitting here thinking if we give 2/3 of this funding to the family centre, we are pretty much not doing anything for the rest of the community. There's going to be a considerable amount of money that will then be invested into other areas of the City of Canning. And I'd make the point too that, we are finally investing heavily in both sides of Canning. We have had enormous investment through Bentley, through Queen's Park, and through East Cannington in the last 2 years. I'm really pleased to say there's a number of big projects going through there, including the Intercultural Centre that this council not terribly long ago voted to inject a multi-million-dollar investment into that for the benefit of the Bentley community. I'm looking forward to opening that in middle of January, and I know council will be there with me when we cut the ribbon on that wonderful facility. But tonight we get to look at some funding for this wonderful centre in the heart of Willetton. And so I very much hope for your support, and later on tonight we'll consider the other item and we'll decide on what the priorities might be when we get to that. So I'd ask councillors to support this, please. Deputy Mayor Kunza, I'll ask you to close debate.
Thanks, Mayor Hall. I've just got a couple of comments to respond to some commentary throughout the debate, and I appreciate all the views presented. With respect to involvement of politicians, stage 3, 2 months ago, we didn't know that this was going to come through. We didn't realise that we were going to get this funding. But they're actually part of the process with the LCRI, is conversations with the local members, and Ben Morton, as the member for Tagney, has utilised that opportunity to advocate for the Restrada Family Centre, which is why he's been involved, because it's part of that process. With respect to stage 1 and commentary around, there's no further need for more expansions, as Ms Graves commented earlier today, it freed up more room in the week, but on the weekends they're busting at the seams. And this isn't about supporting a local group and thinking that there's lots of other groups around there that need support. This is a facility run by an independent group that caters for many community groups. This is an umbrella organisation that provides direct services and takes in many other groups. We're not, by supporting the Restrada Family and Community Centre, we're not saying we're prioritising them over others. We're actually building a facility that caters for more of our local groups. The Willetton Bridge Club is just one of many groups that have been turned away in recent years due to the capacity issues. The Mayor pointed out that the council has spent multi-millions for a facility in Bentley. That's a facility that will cater for many residents and many groups, providing a similar sort of, whilst different, a great home for many different groups and many different residents to perform activities and see important services. But I think that this is a great opportunity through a funding mechanism that we didn't actually know about 2 months ago, to actually inject and allow a local community group to proceed with a project that they've been trying for many years, that they don't fit into the mould for many different funding mechanisms, but they do fit into this. And I ask for you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. We'll put the matter to the vote.
Motion nom-011-21 has been carried, 7 in favour, 4 against. Councillors voting against the motion, Councillors Bain, Sabiri, Singh and Sweeney.
Thank you, councillors. We're going to move on now. I'm going to bring another matter forward. It'll be item EN 027 of 21. Just in brief, the title of that report is The Outcome of Liaison with State Agencies. It relates to Shelley Beach Park. I see Mr Robert Suan is in the audience. Mr Suan, I'd like to bring this forward so you don't have to sit here all night. Thank you very much. Welcome and thank you. Councillors, the matter is on page 18, I think here. No, it's not. I shall find it. Bear with me. The recommendation is on page 134 of tonight's agenda. And thank you, Governance, for reacting so quickly. It is now on the screen. Can I have a mover, please, for the item? Councillor Spencer-Teo, thank you. Seconder. Deputy Mayor Kunza. Councillor Spencer-Teo.
Wrong button. Not much to say, but I would like to move an amendment, please, a very, very simple one, in that I would like to remove point 2 of the officer recommendation.
That would need to be, so by removing that, you're actually, I might just ask governance advice. My view would by an amendment can't change the intent of a recommendation, and by removing that where the recommendation is that no further work takes place, you're changing the intent of the recommendation. So that could be an alternate motion, but my ruling would be that governance can ask for your advice.
Just wanted to hear from Councillor Spencer-Teo. Is that your complete amendment by removing that part?
Yes.
Yeah, I concur, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, that would change the intent of the recommendation, which would be a different intent to what has been presented. So you can actually pass an alternate motion that in the event that the matter...
I'll do that. Thank you. I take your advice.
You'll be passing an alternate motion.
Yep.
The alternate motion will be that the officers recommend a foreshadowed alternate motion in the event that this matter is not supported. Would you like to speak to the matter at all? You don't have to, you moved it.
Yes, no, I will. There is definitely no doubt that there are ongoing issues with the Canning River. The report, although reconciles with a lot of the reports out there, but the information is not clear. For example, with item 8, it says the water appears to be safe for swimming most of the time. Well, the Canning River in the last 2 years has had 2 toxic algal blooms. That's not really covered over here. And then we've got the issues with the erosion. The erosion may not be as visible at Shelley Beach Park, but certainly areas along the foreshore, it is very visible with uprooted trees and hollow grass. My biggest concern is with item 26, where it says that we're relying on the local planning policy 16 to compensate or to deal with the lack of public open space. And that's why I was going to request that be removed, because if LP 16 doesn't get passed or endorsed by council, we're still left with a shortage of public open space and no recommendation on how we deal with it. So although dredging the river or reclaiming land may not be our priority now, it may form a priority in the future or an option in the future. Therefore, I will not be supporting the motion as it is now, purely so that I can foreshadow that alternate motion, that just in case we can come back and visit it at a later date without having to rescind. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Hall. Can I just clarify before I begin? So if point 2 was removed, the outcomes of the previous notice, the previous motion of 18 May have all been addressed. By removing point 2 doesn't necessarily mean the CEO will take further action. It just means, with respect to possible reclamation, it just means that council hasn't said that no further work has happened, if you understand what I mean. Is that correct?
It's pretty redundant, though. At the end of the day, council can resolve at any time to restart work or to, by notice of motion, any councillor here can put a nom to this council asking for work to be reinstated by the CEO. So I think by removing it, removing it, in my view, has no is redundant in any case, because we can always bring the matter back and restart it if required.
So just to clarify, if there's further discussions, if Mr Sewin has further conversations, for example, with departments or members of parliament, and things change with respect to what's provided in this report, potentially, that a motion just can be passed to counteract what's been stated there.
Director McQuaid, that's always the case, isn't it, by resolution of council? I mean, this isn't binding on council infinite.
That's correct, Mr Mayor.
So the answer to your question is yes, it can be brought back, of course, yep. Councillor Spencer-Teo?
Could we vote on 1 and 3 and then vote on 2 separately? Would that be easier?
I don't really think that there's any reason to do that. You've already raised your intent there. I mean, we're simply receiving the information and requesting the Chief Executive Officer to continue efforts to address it. So I'm not certain that voting on them individually is going to have any have a different outcome. You've already raised a foreshadowed alternate motion. Then to require those to be dealt with separately, I can't see any reason for it. Councillor Sabiri?
I have a feeling that Councillor Spencer-Teo's questions concerns more related to stabilising the foreshore rather than reclaiming land. Is that like?
Councillor Spencer-Teo?
It's more addressing the lack of public open space in the Rossmoyne Shelley areas. As mentioned, the report relies heavily on LP16, and if LP16 doesn't get endorsed, which is not due to come until next year, it kind of leaves us with no option of providing for more public open space in the area.
I just have to leave it there because you've already spoken on the matter. You've just answered Councillor Sabiri's query. Thank you for the query, Councillor Sabiri. Councillor Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, all right, I'll speak to it as the seconder. Look, I'd like to acknowledge and start by acknowledging the contribution and work over many years of Robert Sawn, who's, I've got to say, pursued some things that he's very passionate about in terms of water quality in the Canning River, but also out-of-the-box thinking in terms of how we might, and something that was done many years, decades ago, to improve the amount of public open space in Shelley. I've learnt a lot during this time about the city's drainage network and where the water flows above and below ground, and I tell you, it's quite, it gives you appreciation for how your community works. I'm pleased to see in the report a number of techniques and opportunities to improve water quality, and the report provided by DBCA with Circle, and further opportunities in the future to improve water quality, and there's certain techniques that will be looked at. We have a responsibility as a society to limit what foreign objects and substances goes into our rivers, so I look forward to the city progressing more proposals like Nerdy Park, Wharf Street Basin and so forth to try to clean what goes into our rivers. With respect to increasing POS at Shelley Beach Park, I acknowledge the challenges within the report and are happy to leave it as it is now, but then obviously, as Councillor Spencer-Teo has touched on, there's other parts that might change. So I take your point, Mr Mayor, that there's nothing to stop this being raised again at some point should it need to, or should the situation arise, but for now I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against the motion before we put the matter to the vote? no one wishes to speak, I might just put the matter to the vote, councillors. Councillor Spencer Teo, there's no need to rebut argument. Councillors will put the matter to the vote.
Motion EN-027-21 has been carried 10 in favour, with voting against the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Spencer Teo. Thank you, councillors. We will now move to EN. I'm bringing forward EN 030 of 21, Capital Works Gibb Street Safe Active project. And I will just get to where it is in the agenda tonight. The recommendation is on page 169 of tonight's agenda and is on the screen right now. Can I have, thank you very much, Mr. Sewan, for coming along tonight. Good night. Can I have a mover for that matter, please? Councillor Jacobs, thank you. And a seconder? Councillor Holland. Thank you, Councillor Holland. Councillor Jacobs.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll keep my comments short. I think this is an exciting project. Thank the member of the public for their dissertation. I think it is an opportunity for us to pursue a future model that may be more popular. I'm pleased that that the state government is coming to the party with 50% being a 50% funding partner. I know that there's the Gibb Street Primary School that just actually had their 50th anniversary a few weeks ago. I think that I've looked at it holistically, and I think that the network of roads can adjust. I know that it's a bit of a straight road at the moment, which may encourage certain driving techniques at certain times of the day. So look, I think it's a win for the city. I think it will dovetail beautifully into what the state government wants to do with MetroNet. So look, I'm excited about it. I think it's a good thing. I was actually encouraged today to see the latest revision from the department, from our engineers. There was some controversy with the cul-de-sac, but I think now that that's been addressed. But at the strategic level, do I think it's a good project? Yes. Do I think we should support it? Yes. And that's pretty much my comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. I'm supporting this motion as well, and thank Sean for her deputation before. I'd also like to thank the public for their input into this, and also that we've listened to them. That's what we're here for. It's actually everything we do, every single thing we do here is for the public, and the public has said that they wanted that change, and we've done it, and I think this is going, and reading all about this and seeing how logistically it will work, I think it's a great outcome, and I fully support it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against the matter? Councillor Spencer Teo, question?
Can I just confirm, is the stretch of Gibbs Street 2 kilometres, give or take, thereabouts?
Director?
Yeah.
I think you're right to speak. You're on separate systems.
Yep, I can confirm, yes, that is the length of it.
And is this, I've gone back and read the walking and cycling plan, is this proposed to be a bicycle boulevard as defined in the walking and cycle plan?
Yes, that is correct.
So in the walking and cycling plan, it quotes the Department of Transport as estimating a cost of $500,000 per kilometre for a bicycle boulevard, not including footpath crossings, landscaping and other works. So that would have been $1 million back in 2017. How confident are we that the way the market is, that this is not going to blow out beyond 1.3?
Ms. Prima.
So this project is proposed to be delivered in-house with internal resources. So we're not subject to the same market conditions as we are if we were contracting the whole work out. And the suppliers that we do contract in to supplement our own in-house workforce are suppliers that we have an ongoing relationship with, and those aren't subject to the same cost fluctuations that the market's generally experiencing just now.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, with the greatest deal of respect, I won't be supporting the officer recommendation. I recognise it will disappoint staff, especially those that have been invested into this, but I remain consistent with my views on the city's priorities with respect to cycling and walking since 2017-2018, and I've been vocal. I'm sure Director Bowe can attest to that. In fact, I originally spoke against the cycling and walking plan in 2018. I didn't agree with its priorities. I ignored arterial roads. I just don't understand bicycle boulevards. I don't understand safe active streets as per the cycling and walking plan, as Councillor Spencer Teo just noted. Normal paths cost about $100 per square metre or $250,000 per kilometre. A bicycle lane costs roughly the same, but a bicycle boulevard or safe active street costs double, $500,000 per kilometre. This project's at $700,000 per kilometre. Bicycle boulevards are considered for low volume, low speed streets with fewer than 1,500 vehicles per day. Now, why on earth would you invest double the money to make a street safer that already hardly caters for traffic? I just don't understand why the Department of Transport pushes it. Our cycling and walking plan nominates a few bicycle boulevards, and again, I raised this years ago, so again, I appreciate that staff follow a cycling and walking plan, but I've remained consistent with my concerns. Gibbs Street in Queen's Park, Boulder Street in Bentley, Bridge Street in Wilson, all quiet residential streets with minimal traffic. Now, Bridge Street is a quiet cul-de-sac, and why I'd invest so much into turning it into a bicycle boulevard is beyond me. Gibbs Street turns into Welshpool Road. Now, a few months ago when we were considering Hartfield Park, I rode my bike out to go see it. Road Highway, Welshpool Road, riding in the shoulder of Welshpool Road. All of a sudden, the shoulder just disappeared. There wasn't even a pedestrian path on the side. And I'm riding with these big freight trucks at 70 k's an hour. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, cycling. And yet we're focusing on a road that caters for fewer than 1,500 vehicles per day. I just don't understand it. We have paths that are incomplete. We have roads that need cycle paths. As I've always said, we've got arterial routes that need investment. And I just don't agree with this focus. And I don't agree, and I'll be the same in future projects if we look at those other nominated bicycle boulevards. Yes, you can say half has been spent, well, not half, but a significant proportion being provided by the Department of Transport, but I don't actually understand why they're investing into it in the first place. It just is illogical. We have so much that should be a high priority, and that's why I can't. And again, I very much appreciate the people that have come in to advocate for this project today and the people that have provided their engagement throughout the Watts Gibbs Street engagement activity process and staff that have been invested into this, but I can't support it, and I've been consistent and I won't.
Councillors, anyone else? Councillor Sabiri?
I'd like to support the officer's recommendation. I think it's an excellent initiative, especially considering the stadium, the primary school, and it is in line with our cycling walking plan. If you use the cycling paths, and Gibbs Street is actually already one of those roads that you can cycle down, and it connects to other cycling paths in the city and along the railway. Also, the beauty of, I think, safe active streets is that it helps improve the amenity, and amenity means safety of residents. So it means more people are going to be walking and cycling through that street, so it makes it safer. And also, the biggest, I think, benefit for this area would be it will increase the prices of property around this area. So it actually brings a lot of value to properties in the area. So there's been research done on this, especially when we're going to put more trees. It's just brilliant. Thank you.
Councillor Spencer Teo.
I'm not going to be supporting this purely because we have put off so many community requested projects and upgrades due to budget constraints, and our communities have gone without much needed asset renewals, storage and playground upgrades, so it's a really hard pill to swallow to put ourselves further into deficit to deliver a project that no one really knew they wanted or asked for until now. Although I know it was in the budget, I'm having a really tough time with this one because it still means we're going to be $700,000 in deficit. And for what? We've just completed our strategic community plan consultation, and the top 6 priorities were safety and crime, playgrounds, parks and reserves, trees and verges, sustainable practices, waste collections and senior services. A safe street may have been part of the plan back in 2015, 2017, but so much has changed since then, and our ratepayers have missed out on so much due to limited funds. I mean, we've said no to things that are going to cost $20,000, $30,000, $50,000, $60,000 because it's going to put us in deficit. This is $700,000. I really think we need to look at our priorities here. What is the point of doing a a strategic community plan when we're rushing through the delivery of something, like I said, that no one really knew they wanted until now? If we go into a budget deficit, it should be to meet the expectations of our customers, their wants, their needs, not things like this. We've got so many unfunded strategies and plans sitting there. Why is the walking and cycling plan more important than our urban forest strategy? What makes this one so much more important than things that we can all see? Everyone's asking for a greener Canning. We're going to give one street that's already quiet a quieter, safer street. Don't get me wrong, I really do think this is a good idea, but and I honestly do think it's great for Canning, but given our financial situation, some things need to give. I just don't think we would be making sound financial decisions by supporting this right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on the matter? Councillors, look, I'll just say a few words. I can see, I can see how difficult a decision this will be for this council. It's an awful lot of money. I too share the view of the Deputy Mayor. I'm going to speak in favour of it, surprisingly, though I've had grave concerns about the way the project's been presented to Council. Look, it's an awful lot of money. I agree that in part we seem to be making a safe street even safer, and I'm not certain of why we would need to spend that amount of money to do so, but there's been an underinvestment in that area for an extraordinary amount of time, and I'm really hopeful that an investment of this kind might uplift that suburb and that area, and actually uplift the spirits of the people who live in there. Many of them are renting, and I hope that there will be some community benefit from it. I know there will be community benefit from it, but my concern, and I did share this with the acting interim CEO, is these projects just need to come to Council way earlier than this one has. And I'm sure there are councillors here that would agree with that. We have already spent an extraordinary amount of money on public consultation, and that was done not terribly long ago. The final consultation was held. Council has then been almost put into a position where now, in front of a community that's been given some sort of expectations around might occur out there, is now forced in the shadow of Christmas to make a decision on whether or not to support it, when pretty much I feel personally my hands are somewhat tied. I'm big and ugly enough to vote, in the manner I should, but in this instance, I too have been struggling with it. But for the reasons outlined, I really feel that I must support this project and hope to see it delivered sometime soon. But I do put on the public record that I hope that as far as the delivery of projects like this go, that Council is given full and frank information about these projects at their inception, and not the last final tick in the box when the project, in my mind, is almost at a point of putting shovels in the sand. Anyone else wish to speak before I hand the matter back to Councillor Jacobs? Councillor Jacobs, would you like to close debate?
Thanks, Mr Mayor, for your thoughts on that, and I share some of your thoughts. I just wanted to quickly just refute some of the comments just very quickly. I think it'll be a cycle network improvement. So if the Deputy Mayor wants to go out there in a few years on his bike, I think it'll be a lot safer, and it'll all connect a lot better. 50% funding partner. The Department of Transport is not, they've obviously looked at this statistically, they looked at this with a fair amount of detail, probably a lot of more detail than we're probably appreciating. They are not just throwing money around, but it's welcome that they are becoming a 50% funding partner. Their thinking, their logic, you'll have to go talk to them, but I think it's obviously the state government is above them, and there may be a certain member of parliament there that's obviously very keen on the project, which is great to see that they're active in their area. No one wanted until now. Well, lots of things come to councillors, and like for example, Rostrata, we had to make a decision, and I made a decision then. That was something that we didn't see a few months ago because we didn't know the funding was there. So it is a rolling feast, and information changes. So look, that's pretty much the extent of my comments to rebut some of the other counter arguments, and I just urge councillors to vote for this because it's an area, as the Mayor said, that it really could do with a little bit of investment from the city, and I think it'll help immensely in cycling network, safety, trees, the works. And it's going to be. I think this will be a project that's exciting. That if we do this right here, and the Department of Transport's happy, there may be other opportunities in other wards, in your wards and other wards, that we can do this in a greater scale. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Let's put the matter to the vote.
Motion EN-030-21 has been carried, 9 in favour, with Deputy Kunza and Councillor Spencer-Teo voting against the motion.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, governors. We move on to another matter we'll bring forward for the benefit of those people that are in the public gallery here tonight to hear the debate, and that is item CO 009 of 21, use of monitoring technology. That matter is on page 194 of tonight's agenda and is on the screen right now. Just a note here, I note an error has been corrected in this report. In paragraph 26, it quoted the CCTV annual budget allocation to be $80,000. The CCTV annual budget allocation is in fact $110,000 per annum. Councillors, I'll be moving the matter from the chair. I'll be moving that council adopts option B. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Singh. Councillors, I'll just speak obviously in favour of B. We have two policies in front of us, use of monitoring technology, and they are not terribly dissimilar, but if councillors refer to page 204 of tonight's agenda and look at attachment 1, which is in relation to option A, they'll see that the glaring difference is there. The first one is that attachment A, and this is the option that was workshopped some time ago by councillors. I wasn't here on that evening. That item does not even allow for us to gather information that will assist us to better plan or understand localised environmental factors. And those are the sort of factors that will benefit our environment, inform us about changes in our environment, and that is information that is vital. I'm not certain why that's been taken out of option A. I'm not certain why councillors may or may not have been concerned by that, but I think it's, if we're going to have a monitoring technologies policy, and this is not about CCTV, it's about way more than CCTV. But if we're going to actually have a monitoring technologies policy, we need to use that technology to better the delivery of services and the information that will inform council through strategic planning. Attachment 1 on page 204 also won't allow the city to use technology to identify productivity gains by collecting information to facilitate improved decision making and more efficient allocation of resources. So those are things that we need to do, and that's the whole reason behind this, is that we should be monitoring movements. And at the AB last week there was an example provided about how we would use this monitoring technology perhaps in the Canning Vale industrial area. to identify what sort of vehicles are travelling along those roads each day so that we can work out how wide those intersections need to be and what sort of curbing should we put in there and what should be the configuration that will best suit our road network. There's been an awful lot of misinformation has gone out to the community about this, and I'm not certain why that is, and I'm not sure whether it's because people are reading it but not totally understanding what has happened. I've seen claims made in social media that the city will be actually selling data to third parties. The policy actually clearly states that we will only ever be providing the data to third parties, including the WA Police, as we should. There has never been an insinuation that we would ever be entertaining the thought of selling data. That's not mentioned in the report, and it would, I would think, require a council decision. It's not in the policy. If it's not in the policy, it's not included. Facial recognition is not in the policy. So that was raised in a number of forums by councillors here, and then councillors seem to want to actually take that out of the policy, but it was never in the policy. So I'm not certain what the argument was. This is actually a very, I think, considered monitoring technology policy. But the most glaring issue that we have always had as a council here is that currently our policy, our CCTV policy, only allows the city to train its CCTV mobile units on public infrastructure, our infrastructure. It means we can only train CCTV on our own buildings, on the town hall, on our leisure plexes, only to protect our own assets. We had a deputation earlier where the person making the deputation said it would be fine if we just put cameras where they were most needed immediately and then move them, but not to cover the whole city of Canning's 16 suburbs. It has never been the case that we have ever thought to do that. In fact, it wasn't terribly long ago, this council, many of you are still here, I was certainly here, the council had a motion, a recommendation put to it by the city's officers that would have required this council to invest millions of dollars in a CCTV network. It was defeated by this council. We resolved not to adopt it. So any expenditure under this policy would come back to council during our budget. So if councillors are worried about they're going to sneak through a network of cameras, it can't be done unless we as a council during the budget process actually resolve to accept that expenditure. And that's the fail-safe on here. That's the stopgap on this policy. Those budget requirements need to come to this council. So right now, as it stands, with the issues that we have, hotspots, when we have an issue in a hotspot in this council, and at times members of the community raise a hotspot around perhaps a set of shops, we can't even park our mobile CCTV units, which we have 3 of. We can't put them down there for a week just to try to understand what's happening in that area, to try to deter crime if we can, or to provide evidence to police if we're able to obtain it. We can't do that under this policy. We're prohibited from doing so. So this policy just provides us with a sensible solution where we can actually have some flexibility around where we can use our existing infrastructure. Just recently, the City of Swan received federal funding for 5 more mobile CCTV units. And maybe that's what this council may decide to do. We may decide that what we need to do here is have a small group of more than 3 mobile CCTV units. Maybe that would be something you might choose to actually support. Those will be decisions for us as a council later down the track. As a council and as a group of elected members here representing our community, we can't look past the fact that not every suburb of Canning is like Leafy, Shelley or Rossmoyne, where I grew up in Shelley. They're not all like that. We've got significant problems in pockets of this community, and we need to bravely confront them. And that might mean at times we may need to deploy our mobile CCTV units into public car parks or into streets to try to understand what is going on there, and currently we cannot. So tonight all we're doing is adopting a policy, and that's it. We're not spending any money. We're not making any decisions about spending money. There's nothing in front of you here. There's no budget here for it. We are simply adopting a policy which will allow this community a little assurance. And right now, as we know, because we had a community survey came back to us just 2 weeks ago, that we know that community safety is one of the highest rated concerns in this community. Members like Dr. Jaggs are holding public forums around cyber security and around personal safety, and those sort of services and those sort of programs are being held regularly because people are in places in Canning living in fear, and they shouldn't have to. And I expect, especially for people who are infirm or living in isolation or living alone, those people should have assurance that when they need the assistance of their council, of their city, that we will be able to provide some and not just refer them to police. I heard previously that this is not within our remit. The gloves are off, everybody. Our remit has changed. We have to step forward and get our hands dirty. We have to, where we can, get ourselves involved. It's what our community is expecting of us. We can't keep standing back going, that's not our role, and that's not our role. Feeding the poor is not our role. Dealing with the homelessness is not our role. Managing a crime is not our role. We need to leave that to everybody else. The days of leaving it to everybody else are gone. Where we feel that we have a role, whatever that role might be, we need to be able to bravely consider it. So I'm asking you tonight, put aside all these fears that you're hearing about the cost of everything and that the sky is going to fall down and around this is North Korea and everything else. Tonight we are simply voting for a policy and your community is watching you. That's 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Thanks, everyone. Anybody else? Oh, Councillor Singh, sorry, as a seconder. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There has been lots of questions about CCTV usage and effectiveness by local government. So I've been looking around trying to find some solid evidence. And I found on the Australian Institute of Criminology website, they conducted a national survey in 2014 regarding the use of CCTV by local governments in Australia. And I'll stress out here, it's in Australia, it's not in UK, not anywhere else in the world. And they published the results on 15th of May 2015. The findings of the national survey says there has been considerable growth in the use of CCTV in public spaces as a crime prevention measure, and increasingly as a tool to detect and identify offenders. This is by Australian Institute of Criminology. These are not my words. I'm exactly quoting what's in the findings of the survey. Continuing that, in Australia, CCTV systems have become an increasingly common fixture in urban centers, in shopping centers and malls, individual shops and banks, on public transport, and in car parks. There has been significant investment in CCTV systems as part of the state, territory, and Commonwealth government crime prevention programs, with CCTV accounting for a growing proportion of overall grant funding available to community-based organizations, particularly local councils. Now, I will not go in too much detail of this survey. I'll jump straight onto the conclusions and implications. Limitations aside, the findings from the AIC's National Survey of Local Government on the use of CCTV provides further evidence of the significant growth in the use of CCTVs by council in public spaces. Further, improvements in the size and sophistications of these systems are noted. Councils invest significant financial resources in CCTV, and many have received external funding for the installation of CCTV. However, there remains a significant number of councils that have not chosen to install CCTV, and I would like to bring your attention here. The reasons for not doing it is most often because it is not viewed a strategic priority because the crime is low. So those councils who did not do it, either they had a low crime or because funding was not available. There is no other reason this survey found that why a council is not installing CCTV in their local area. Just the last para, councils have in place a range of different approaches to the collection, storage, and monitoring of CCTV footage. There was evidence that CCTV footage from council-operated systems is frequently requested by police agencies, and that councils believed this had a positive impact in terms of identifying and apprehending offenders. So the gist of this whole is, this is a survey conducted by Australian Institute of Criminology, which clearly says CCTVs does help in decreasing crime. And so I would ask everyone to please support the policy. This policy is, as Mr. Mayor said, it's not about CCTVs, but CCTV is a part of this policy. It cannot catch the offender, but it can deter them. I often try to give an example. Many people have said, oh, CCTV doesn't do anything. It's like eyes in our body. Our hands do the job, but they need the direction and coordination from our eyes to do it. CCTVs are like our eyes. They see everything, and they tell our police and the other government agencies what to do in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Anyone wish to speak against it? Councillor Sweeney.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I read the same report, Councillor Singh, from the Australian Institute of Criminology, and you left out one very, very important result of that survey. And it said that the results of the survey in CCTV in preventing crime is ambiguous at best. And that's pretty important. So I've made myself quite clear in relation to where I stand on this issue. I have spoken to a lot of people in the last few weeks, and yes, there is a lot of confusion over CCTV monitoring out there. I think also that sometimes when we put surveys through social media and asking the community if they want CCTV for their safety and not providing them with all the information is unhelpful, and I think also, in fact, hurtful to our community. It's like asking people if they want their rates lowered. Well, of course, everyone's going to say yes. So we cut to the chase, because I really feel community safety, which is our #1 priority at Council at the moment, has been hijacked in this monitoring policy. It's been hijacked to get a number of other non-essential strategies through, like the Smart City projects and the surveillance and tracking of the city's employees. Community safety is and should be #1 priority in itself and should not be bundled in with other non-essential strategies. This is not a game of roulette. We shouldn't be gambling when it comes to people's lives. Secondly, using grant funding to sugarcoat the deal is not going to work either, because the city in its application for state funding has to prove it has evaluated the 200 existing cameras we have and qualify how those cameras have contributed to the reduction in crime, which it can't. It can't, because none of our cameras have been evaluated or helped police solve a single crime. This is undeniable. So there's no grant money going to be coming. Thirdly, and this is really important because there is confusion, the CCTV is not going to be monitored. No one is going to be watching and no one is going to be responding to any calls for help. If you are being assaulted, robbed or threatened when you walk into the shops, you are on your own, because these cameras are not monitored. All these cameras do is capture, record and store vision and images of families, children in public places. From a community safety perspective, CCTV doesn't prevent people from being attacked. It didn't prevent a man from being stabbed and murdered in Northridge a couple of weeks ago, and it didn't stop a young 16-year-old from being bashed in front of the Willetton Basketball Stadium last week and ending up in intensive care with permanent hearing loss. Both these incidents were all captured on CCTV. CCTV makes no difference to criminals. The threats from a youth gang crime on our community right now, particularly in Willetton, is significant, and we need a different plan of attack to work with the police and protect our community. And it's not CCTV, because CCTV is a reaction to the problem. Criminals don't care about CCTV. We do. We care because we obey the law, but the criminals don't obey the law. So CCTV has no deterrent effect on them. These are the facts. When it comes to keeping our community safe, we should be investing in strategies of prevention and not reacting to something that has occurred. That's for the police to deal with, not council. I can tell you, after 34 years as a senior police officer in charge of large metropolitan police stations and responsible for community safety, capturing the incident on CCTV after it has occurred is of little consequence to a family who has just lost a loved one. The ratepayers' money should be better spent on strategies that prevent the situation from occurring in the first place. Furthermore, the city is not in a position to financially deliver a monitoring policy. it would cost the city millions, as per the assessment done a couple of years ago by Zenon, the CCTV consultants. Whenever I see the wording will have no direct budget implications in officers' recommendations, it's a red flag for me. Because this is the type of financial creativity that left us with 11 unfunded projects and a $10 million deficit, and now all our new projects are funded by debt. Unless we know exactly how much something is going to cost the ratepayers, then we have no right to approve any recommendation. Any type of CCTV monitoring is something this council cannot afford, especially when we are not being told how much it will cost. Approving any recommendation without knowing the exact cost is irresponsible. Also, when it comes to the security of this information, the city cannot guarantee that the storage of personal information will be safe. The city has serious security problems. Our firewalls are weak and are consistently penetrated and hacked. Even the Auditor General has raised this as a concern, and data will be sold, not by council, but by hackers. The Mayor is telling the public that there is a cloud of suspicion over the city after confidential information was leaked in the CEO selection process. Even as recent as 2 weeks ago, more information was hacked or leaked from the city about the very sensitive kangaroo cull in Canning Vale.
Councillor Sweeney, you're over time.
I would ask if I could have a couple more minutes, please, Mr Mayor.
I have to put the matter to a vote.
Could I have an
You're
extension,
asking for an
please?
extension?
Yes, please.
Sorry, it wasn't connected. Councillors, we'll just have a vote to extend Councillor Sweeney. You nearly finished, Councillor Reid? You need a...
Yeah, I've just got a couple of minutes to go.
Okay. Councillors will put the matter to the vote. I'll second it.
The motion to extend debate for Councillor Sweeney has been carried 10 in favour, with Councillor Singh voting against.
Thanks, Councillor. Continue.
So thank you, councillors, for extending me that courtesy for just a couple of minutes. I'll just go back one paragraph. The Mayor is telling us, the public out there is a cloud of suspicion over the city after confidential information was leaked in the CEO selection process. Even as recent as 2 weeks ago, more information was hacked or leaked from the city about the very sensitive kangaroo cull in Canning Vale. So before we start collecting vision of families and children, we need to be very careful about the decision we make here, because the risk and liability is extreme. It will only take one image of a child to end up somewhere where it shouldn't, and we will all be held accountable and liable for this. Our individual decisions here tonight are under the microscope. Previous inquiries into the City of Canning have highlighted the inability of councillors to understand the facts and risks under consideration. So if you have evidence, councillors, produce it now in relation to this. In closing, councillors, and particularly the new councillors, some of which probably haven't spoken yet, I will be intrigued to see how you vote and where you personally stand on this very, very important issue. An issue that has no evidence-based arguments and has previously come before council twice and been lost, which is essentially a failed policy. So I urge councillors not to support the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Spencer-Teo.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I speak in favour of the officer recommendation, and I'd like to start by sharing my personal experience with CCTV. Last year there was a female walking down Central Road in Rossmoyne. Yes, Mr Mayor, crime happens in Rossmoyne too. In the early hours of the morning, attempting to break into homes. Our CCTV camera saw her attempt to break into our neighbour's property. She then walked onto our property, looked right up at our camera, and I won't tell you what we were able to lip read from the footage, but you can imagine. She then walked off towards Riverton Drive. About 10 minutes later, she broke into a home on Riverton Drive, stole their car keys from a handbag that was right next to a sleeping resident, stole their Mercedes and dumped it in Fremantle before stealing another vehicle. Did CCTV stop a crime being committed that evening? Yes and no. Thanks to my CCTV, my home was not broken into and we still had all our vehicles sitting in our driveway. Did it stop her from going to another home? No, it didn't. But what was the difference? One home had CCTV in all their cars, the other one didn't. Does CCTV eliminate crime? No, it doesn't. So why do we need it? Let's take some quotes directly from the Cannington Police social media sites. A couple of weeks ago, they posted, "Police have been busy investigating a series of burglaries in Como, and today we've charged 3 offenders. CCTV in the area assisted police with their inquiries to identify the individuals involved." Another one, a 26-year-old man from Queen's Park has been charged with attempted armed robbery and possession of a controlled weapon. The release of CCTV footage led to the successful charges being laid. Then there's this one I really like. This was on the Cannington Police site as well. CanMap WA is a database of all voluntarily listed CCTV systems in the state of WA. By registering your CCTV, you are supporting WA police in investigations and ultimately enhancing public safety. So the female who stole the car from Riverton was identified by my CCTV footage. She was not only charged with stealing 2 cars that evening, but she was charged with attempted break-ins. Had it not have been for my CCTV, charges may not have been laid for the first break-ins and theft, as eyewitness testimonies can be unreliable and it requires many hours of police time to establish timelines and confirm alibis. Back in 2005, there was a parliamentary research note, and I'll just quote a bit from that. An overview of the effectiveness of CCTV surveillance. CCTV appears to have had a largely positive impact on the investigation of crime, with the scope and nature of CCTV surveillance continually expanding. Footage from sources such as diverse sources such as traffic cameras, ATMs, shopping malls, transport hubs and car parks is increasingly being used as evidence to assist investigations, particularly to track down the last known movements of people. Police have reported improved clear-up rates, a reduction in not guilty pleas and a higher chance of obtaining a conviction in cases where CCTV has formed part of the evidence. Let me give you a local government relevance now. Police and local governments along the Goldfields Esperance region say CCTV have resulted in reduced crime. An extra 37 cameras will be installed across the Goldfield Esperance region. Senior Sergeant and Officer in Charge of Laverton Police, Heath Suter, said existing CCTV cameras in the Shire had had a measurable effect. Since the Shire had their cameras up and running, we've had an almost 50% decrease in burglary offences in 12 months, and that can be attributed to the use of CCTV. Kalgoorlie Boulder CEO also believes CCTV cameras could play a major role in maintaining community safety. "I'm a great supporter of CCTV in public places," he said. "I don't think it's the most important thing for safety, but it's certainly the most important thing for catching people who do the wrong thing." Senior Sergeant Suter said, sorry, it's like a tongue twister, said that while he understood concerns about individuals' safety and privacy, these were outweighed by the outcomes for police. And if you're doing nothing wrong, you've got nothing to worry about. Therefore, in addition to the petition received by the Bentley and St James residents, I will be basing my decision on fact, advice and recommendations of serving senior police officers, senior research officers, and those experts in the field who have real-life experience with the effectiveness of CCTV. CCTV will not eliminate crime, but it will enhance public safety and it will assist the WA Police in bringing offenders to justice in a timely manner, which will enable more police on the streets. But just before I close, I would like to question who has CCTV in their home or their business and why?
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wish to Councillor Jacobs.
I'm actually going to speak for this. I've just written a few things. I've just been thinking about this and listening to different arguments. And do we have it in this chamber, in this office? Yes, we've got the screens there. That was done after a review a few years ago when I think one of the mayors was in Swan got assaulted with a microphone. So the game is changing and we need to change with it. Do I have it? Yes, I have it. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, have on the doorbell, I have a pretty good system. Do other people, like a lot of people around us in the businesses, do you have it? If you run a business, I think you probably do have a pretty good system. I went down to the city centre a few months ago with Sherry and Chelsea, my daughter, and there was these guys clearly on gear, and they just basically raised all hell in McDonald's in that area, and it got me thinking, what more could I do? And I thought, well, CCTV, we need to move with the times. I know that a lot of us here are law-abiding citizens, but some people are off on a different planet. And the worst case scenario, if something bad happens, you can still identify the person. So what happened at McDonald's is the police were called. The guy had already gone away by the time the police came. Actually, someone that I know was assaulted in there. So this is all things that are changing my thinking. And so I know also in Bentley St James, we've had some really bad, I don't know the solution, but I know from a political standpoint what the mayor did say, I think has certain weight, that there is an expectation. We did look at some analysis a few weeks ago where this was, I think, the number one thing that people wanted. So there is a perception in the community that we need to do more. So I think we need to do that. I think politically we have to. Does this solve the problem? No. Does the WA Police Force have the main onus? Yes. Do I know, because the policy changes, how much is this going to cost us? No. Would I like to look at this line by line in budget? Yes. But I think the time that we just look after our assets is maybe a little bit selfish, and I've had to reflect on, I've talked to a few other councillors, and I think what I do at home and what other people do at home, I think it's probably the way technology is going. I think that in this policy we have put in some really good controls. I don't think what they're doing in China and some other places is right. I think it's totally off the planet. But we live in an audiovisual society, and if this can help... Look, I had some really bad crimes happen out in Queen's Park, and I've just been scratching my head. What more could we do? If we can help one person, some criminal can see, okay, CCTV here. If they just go somewhere else and not do the crime, that's a win. So I think there's an expectation that we have to do it, and so that's why I'm supporting this, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jacobs. Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I support the introduction of policy CSO3. Can the City confirm that in regard to option B, that it will not use facial recognition software if this policy is adopted? That is option B. Thank you.
Dr McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. There is no intent, there has never been intent from the city to use facial software recognition. It's not our purview, and as we've said, as long as the resolution is of the quality, police can apply that for the purposes that they need to.
On the record. Deputy Mayor.
Through you to Director McQuaid, there was a statement or insinuation that adopting this policy may potentially lead to us opening ourselves to liability issues and potential hacking and so forth. But given that we already operate CCTV, it's not actually proposing to install CCTV for the first time. Is this actually an area of concern? Has it been an experience of the city with respect to CCTV?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's not an area of concern. We have had no risk issues around the CCTV footage we currently hold. As we've said before, the footage is only kept for 30 days and then it is automatically wiped from our systems, and our systems and processes are robust in terms of our sorry, I'm losing my words, in terms of our ICT protections.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
I'll just briefly speak in favour of the new policy. I mean, it's been something that we've discussed for quite some time. It's not just, I mean, there's been a few public incidences over the last 12, 24 months that I guess, certain parts of the community have been asking for more work by the city in terms of what we can do. But it's also my experience of 6 years on council, and I've spoken about this in the past, where the city is able to help some people because they live adjacent to public open space but can't because with other residents in similar circumstances because they don't live next to public open space. And I don't, as I said last month, I don't understand why we wouldn't want a modern policy that actually enables us to utilise the infrastructure and the services and the facilities that we have in our hand, at our disposal. Why we wouldn't, I mean, look, I got to say, I was expecting security and that to be a hot topic in the strategic community plan consultation, but I didn't expect it to be as high as what it was. And I think that we should pull every lever to enable us to assist WA Police and provide a role within the limitations of local government to assist the community. And I mean, it's been raised a few times about the previous plan. I mean, I was a councillor at the time, and I voted against the multi-million-dollar investment in furthering the CCTV network. And I'm curious that why it be used as an example as why we shouldn't support this policy, because it's actually an example of actually the capacity of the City of Canning Council to decide where we should invest our funds. And if we don't want to invest in expanding the CCTV network, then we don't do it. Enabling or passing a new policy does not mean we're going to go and spend millions of dollars on new CCTV networks or anything like that. But it enables the city, through CCTV and other mechanisms, to utilise the services and the technologies and the facilities that we already have. And I don't know why you wouldn't want to do that. I just don't know. Talk about other strategies and other policies. We've been talking about this for years, and I'm yet to hear something being put up by people who oppose a new policy. Yet to hear it. I really think we should adopt a new policy.
Councillor Singh, you had a question? Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Sweeney mentioned that...
You just need to ask a question. You can only ask a question. You've already spoken on the matter. You can only speak once on the matter, so you've spoken. If you've got a question you'd like to ask to seek clarification on something, you can ask a question, but you can't speak any further.
My question is to Councillor Sweeney. Can I ask?
You can't ask a question directly of Councillor Sweeney. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Sabiri?
I think this is a double-edged sword for me. I really don't support more CCTVs in the city. I'm happy with having a new policy, but when you think of it, it's really another prime example of state cost shifting. Is everything okay?
Sorry, just the time has gone off.
It's prime example of cost shifting, in my opinion. This happens all the time in local government. You go to meetings, state government decided this is great. We should ask local government to do it. It's in their area, they got resources. But yes, maybe it starts out with some funding, but down the road, it's all forgotten about. What happened to state funding? No one's providing it anymore, but we still have to carry on with the program. So hotspots, I really think, you mentioned Dr. Jaggs about having forums. I think they really should, Dr. Jaggs and other members of the Parliament should have these forums. More recently, there's state's government said $56.9 million funding increase in the 21-22 state budget to boost policing and community safety. It is really police responsibility, and yeah, so I'll support a new policy because our last policy was weak, but really CCTV and, watching what's happening in the public realm, is that our responsibility? Is that the path we want to go down to? That's what we need to be thinking as a council. Is that what path we want to be going down? Watching what our residents are doing, do we not trust our employees? That's part of the better service, is putting, watching where the employees are. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak against the matter? Councillor Holt?
Before you start that, I've got a couple of questions, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Could you turn the clock off, please?
Clock's here. It doesn't matter about the clock. Go ahead.
With the CCTV coverage that we're proposing with this policy, you've just said that we will not include facial recognition, but it will include number plate recognition, is that true? And is there any chance, without an amendment to or coming back to council, that it could possibly ever have facial recognition used by the City of Canning?
Dr McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. With regards to your first part of your question with regard to number plate recognition, it doesn't preclude the city from adopting number plate recognition. As we've said before, the number plate recognition literally gives us the make of the vehicle and nothing further, and that would be used for the data informing as per the example listed by the Mayor around traffic management and traffic flow. With regard to facial recognition, as I've said, it's not our intention. We have no need to use facial recognition. Does it prevent council from ever utilising facial recognition? No.
Councillor?
Then I've got a real concern if we're going to, it's not talking now, a real concern if we've got the possibility of bringing in facial recognition against the Human Rights Commission, what Ed Stanton said about that.
Is that a question?
And what are we going to do? We're thinking of doing that. Are you aware of, I will perform it as a question, are you aware of what the Australian Human Rights Commissioner said as far as that goes?
Dr McQuaid, are you aware?
Not to hand, no, but as I said, there is no need for the city to use facial recognition. We've had legal advice in regards to this policy before, which has been shared with council, and the policy meets all requirements for the management of monitoring technologies and CCTV.
It's on the public record tonight that there's no intention to introduce facial recognition. There's a lot of things this policy will and won't do, but we're specifically saying tonight that we're not introducing it.
Yeah, it wasn't on our agenda or anything. Yeah, I've heard that terminology before. Is the council going to allow any possibility that any photos that we take could be used in the centralised database known as the capability?
Dr McQuaid, do you know about the centralised database?
Are you referencing WA Police database?
I'm registering federal, which allows any state or territory police to seek access to any photos.
Dr McQuaid?
The CEO instruction that sits as the operating guideline under this policy clearly states that upon written request by WA Police with the specifics of how the CCTV footage will be utilised in relation to a current crime or an investigation, that we will provide that data. With regard to any other, the only way our data could be accessed or CCTV image access is through a Freedom of Information request.
Councillor? Mr Mayor, yeah, I'll speak now against it. Thank you for that information.
Start the clock.
I'm against, we've had a lot of arguments saying how well CCTV cameras can work and all this sort of thing, and I do. The CCTV cameras do work. They work on private property. The issue here is whether it should be the council putting it on to look out over public property that is not council and onto private streets, into private yards and so forth. Mr Mayor, we do have the capability of deploying portable systems at the moment because we've already done that. What worries me is who's going to determine what is a hotspot. Now, we've had a car burnt out in Bentley, obviously no good. We've had an assault in Willetton, a bad one. What is your definition of a hotspot? Is it another place in Willetton where, not far, where there was a murder? Is that a hotspot now? So who defines where they go? Now, should we be... I've been talking to my community. Mr Mayor, you said your community is watching you. Yeah, they're watching all right, and I've been asking my community a lot of things about this and what they think. Big Brother came up a lot. Uncosted, unfunded came up a lot. Whether we had the right to be doing this as a council came up a lot. Being told to stick to our, which I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr Mayor, you said we've got to increase our scope. Some of the things were to not increase our scope. We should be sticking to some things that we know. CCTV cameras is reactive, it's not proactive. No one's disagreed with that here at the moment. It worries me a lot on what protection we have, not just from people hacking into the system. I've been told how easy it is to hack into any CCTV camera within 2 or 3 minutes. But we've even been proven now that our systems, our firewalls are not safe here. That's just been proven recently and was brought up by Councillor Sweeney. One is what protection have we got, and also what protection have we got, legislative protection are there, and that's what the Human Rights Commission was worried about in that specific part, which was more related to facial, agreed, but what protection have we got for citizens' rights for just normal CCTV coverage when we're pointing into their property? There was also brought up about there was a business in Willetton asking the city to intervene. They've had a bit of trouble there. I won't name the business, it's not my place to name the business. Asking for assistance, asking for rangers, asking for CCTV and so on. This is a private business. Should we be sending rangers out there when they've got no authority whatsoever? They've got no power of arrest, they've got not allowed to touch anyone physically or anything like that at all. And should we be putting all our money into where a business is? That was one thing that was asked. Now, I don't know how you can justify that. If the business wants to have CCTV cameras, they put it in themselves, just like Councillor Jacobs has done. He's put his in, and Councillor Spencer too. They put their own in, which is quite fine. Do what you want in your own private property. I don't think will end up costing millions because, what was it, 4.7, I think the last time we put an estimate on there, and it'll go up every time because we're going to have to keep on increasing cameras if that's what we're going to do. I haven't got a problem with the portable ones for council land. We'll see how bad the CCTV cameras worked at the Shelley Sailing Club. They got stolen. That worked. It's not the be-all and end of the CCTV, agreed. There was another thing brought up that this policy is not about CCTV, it's about monitoring. No, it is about CCTV. Everyone's discussed CCTV, so let's call it for what it is. It's not really about monitoring, although I could go on a lot about the monitoring of stuff, which I brought back up at the AB. I don't think this is in the council remit at all. It worries me a lot that we should be going down here. The enhancing community safety, it's been proven this is reactionary, it doesn't stop things happening. Didn't stop the horrible thing that happened in Willetton the other day. It didn't stop it at all. Those poor parents are never going to get over that. Didn't stop the person in Northbridge. It doesn't stop it. They might be able to prosecute, yes. So do we go down to Bentley and we put half a dozen cameras there? Do we fix them to a pole? Is that what we do? Or do we take it to Cannington? Or do we take it to put all the cameras in Willetton? When they're having a bit of trouble with at the Willetton basketball. Yeah, we should have cameras there because it's our property. I'll just leave it at that, Mr Mayor. It's getting late. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, we might just put the matter to the vote. Does anyone else need to speak for or against it, or wish to speak for or against it? If not, I'll just say a few final words to close. Thank you, councillors. Look, I don't intend to bang on. I can't change the fears that some people have in relation to this. I don't understand it, but it's not up to me to try to understand it. My understanding, and Director McQuaid will ask you, I spoke to Shane Mallon earlier in the week. My belief is that there's been prosecution from the theft of the CCTV at Shelley Sailing Club. Are you aware of that?
Yes, Mr Mayor, based on comments that were made around no convictions, we did contact local police. They're not obliged to provide us with any information in relation to that matter, but they did provide us, and they did indicate that one incident where offenders were identified and processed in relation to the offence of theft, which was the Shelley Beach sailing cameras due to the CCTV footage. They also provided us of 3 additional incidents where footage has been actively used in the case.
Yeah, look, there's been a number of prosecutions, and I'm not here to change anybody's mind, but councillors, we just need to get this done tonight, and all we're voting for tonight is just a policy. Councillor Sabiri put it very eloquently. She has some issues around, bracket creep, cost shifting in government, but at some stage we have to have a policy that's fit for purpose, so at least we can entertain taking a role if one presents itself to us, and right now it can't. Look, talking about families and children, for goodness sakes, I guess that, everybody here that walks into any business, including this building, is being surveilled. When I was an executive manager at David Jones, we had a room full of cameras and we had a toggle switch there. I could kind of basically see a flea on your ear from one side of the business and follow you through the door and back out the other end of it. And that was years ago. So they have undercover UCOs in their undercover offices in those businesses. Mrs. Myers and David Jones. They've got cameras everywhere. Go to McDonald's, they've got cameras everywhere. Go to any pharmacy, any shopping centre. The moment you walk into a shopping centre, Westfield Carousel, with your children in tow, you are being surveilled. You walk into your local delicatessen that's run by a mum and dad who probably don't have an awful lot of money, you're generally being surveilled. What are they doing with the data? I think we'll probably handle it a little bit differently and do a better job. But no one here seems terribly concerned about that, and we shouldn't be concerned because there needs to be some trust. You know, for all the reasons raised, I have to disagree with some of the things that are said. Wanneroo, City of Wanneroo has a monitoring system. I would never subscribe to a monitoring system because we will never have police sitting right there while a crime is committed. But I'll tell you what CCT cameras do, and this policy is about a lot more than that. They take crooks off the street because what they do is they provide the evidence to make prosecutions. So, yep, the kid in Willetton that was actually beaten, I'm not sure if a prosecution has been made there, but I think the offender has been caught. Northbridge, that poor kid that was belted there and is now in a dreadful way, the offenders have been caught. And yes, the offenders have been caught. No, it didn't save them at the time. But what it does is it allows the police to gather information and evidence that will actually take these sort of people off the street for long periods of time. And when you have recidivist offenders in a community, when you're able to take them out of the system for years on end, that's why we should be supporting this where we can use it. I feel for Councillor Jacobs and his children, you know, feeling anxiety when you've got your kids in tow and something is happening in front of you. The only protection you have is if something had happened that night, at least somebody would have been held to account because there would have been some evidence of what occurred instead of some anonymous shape running off into the shadows and no one is ever caught for what may or may not have occurred. So this thing about they don't solve crimes, that's just rubbish. They do solve crimes. Do they lead to prosecutions? Absolutely they lead to prosecutions. And now if they didn't, I imagine that we should shut down Crime Stoppers and the police wouldn't be advertising every newspaper every day, still photos taken from CCTV, asking the public to come forward to help them identify perpetrators. Every police station has its own Facebook identity. And here in the City of Canning, I think we've got no less than 5 or 6 different crime and community safety groups that have been set up by residents in Willetton, in Parkwood, Canning Vale, in Bentley, St James and Wilson, that have been set up by people who are highly concerned about what's going on. And those 5 groups or 6 groups have thousands of people following them and posting every day incidents that are occurring that they just wish could be solved. And that is our community doing what possibly we could step into and take a role in there. So I think we need to take some leadership here. We're not absolutely certain where our role is. I agree with Councillor Sabiri. This cost shifting we have to be careful of. But the backup is the fact that no funds will be spent until the matter is considered by this council in budget, and that those deliberations start in March next year. So we can then make decisions based on good evidence. So all we need to do tonight, councillors, I hope, is just simply adopt this policy and move on, and we will then look at other issues as they arise. But tonight we are simply adopting a policy. Thank you very much. We'll put the matter to the vote. Thank you, Governors.
Motion CO-009-21 has been carried. 8 in favour, with Councillors Holland, Sabiri and Sweeney voting against the motion.
Thank you. We now move on to, we brought so many items forward, I'm not sure we're up to, but I think we're at item 12, which is reports of committee meetings. We have item 12.1, the title of the report being Report of Audit and Risk Committee held on the 25th of November. Officer's recommendation is on page 3 of tonight's agenda and is also on screen. We're just receiving the unconfirmed minutes, etc., etc. Can I have a mover for that item, please? I'll move it myself. I was at the meeting. A seconder? Councillor Parkinson, thank you. I've got nothing to add. Councillor Parkinson, have you got anything to add?
No, nothing further to add.
Anyone wish to speak either for or against it? Councillor Holland?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I've got a question. We've got things here that have come under confidential cover which we can't discuss here, which I want to discuss. There's a couple of things from the Auditor General's report that we can't just let go through. But this is under confidence, so how do we do that?
I don't think that is... Dr McQuaid.
Confidential. I think some of the attachments were confidential. It's just held by a committee that that's not open to the public, the items themselves.
So I'm advised that the items are not actually confidential, but some of the information contained in the attachments to those reports are actually confidential. So I think you can ask those questions as long as you're careful about it. Can you phrase your
That's
question?
the part that worries me, Mr Mayor. We've got... I won't... You've made it very hard, or not you, but it is very hard because there's something here where we've got ratings of moderate, which we should be addressing. And they should be addressed from here. They concern me, but now I'm saying, because they're in the attachments, I can't discuss them.
I think...
We're here for review, Mr Mayor. We've been to all our training and we're told to review and oversight. That's what we're told. Just about every single inquiry that's ever come up against, that's been had, they've said the role is to oversight, and this is what I'm using, the oversight, but I can't.
I guess in response to that though, Councillor Holland, you had an agenda briefing last week that you could have asked exactly these questions. You had a week, you had time before that, and you've had a week preceding that. You could have asked any questions you wanted of the administration and had them answered. And yet you've left it to the night of the OCM to ask the meeting, and I'm not certain why you haven't exercised your right to ask questions when the questions could have been posed.
Mr Mayor, I generally do ask questions there. There's been a hell of a lot to go through here, and if you have a look at how thick that is, and everything else, this is where I've come to, and I've thought that, I need to ask this question. I generally don't go in like this on the night.
I'll ask Director Bowe to just respond. Director Bowe.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The council is being asked simply to adopt the minutes from the Audit and Risk Committee. Councillor Holland, if you've got any specific questions regarding the confidential attachment, I'm more than happy to address those out of session. But in effect, the report has been endorsed by the Audit and Risk Committee already, and the matter is simply referred to council to endorse the minutes.
Yeah, I understand that. Thank you, Mr Bowe. But because of what a couple of these things that the Auditor General did find, it is incumbent on us to discuss this.
I understand your line of questioning. I can only say in response, myself, Councillor Parkinson and Councillor Sweeney obviously sit on that committee, and all of those, we asked questions in relation to that, and those meetings are actually available. I mean, we audio record that, so you can listen to those answers, but I can assure you that we had the auditors in the room on the night. They actually presented to us, and we asked a lot of questions. I think the two councillors in the room would agree that we did ask questions in relation to those concerns you may have, and we were assured, as is annotated in the report, that the city has taken measures to mitigate the issues that were raised.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm happy with that.
You okay with that? Thank you, Councillor Holland. If there's no one wishing to speak against the matter, we put it to the vote.
The motion to receive the ARC minutes and endorse the recommendations have been carried unanimously. It's 11 in favour.
Thank you, councillors. The next item is CC 056 of 21. Title of the report being Annual Report and Financial Statements for 2020-2021. May I have the recommendation is on page 5 of the agenda and is also on screen. Can I have a mover, please, for that item? I'll move it myself from the chair then. Seconder, please, Councillor Bain. Thank you. I have nothing to add. Councillor Bain?
I support the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
I do too, thank you. Councillors, if no one wishes to speak against it, we'll put the matter to the vote.
Motion CC-056-21 has been carried unanimously 11 in favour. I'll rephrase, that's been carried by absolute majority with 11 in favour.
Thank you, Governance. We move to item 13. Item 13.1, reports from the Office of the CEO. The first item being OC 008 of 21, the report title being Advertising of Strategic Community Plan for 2021 to 2031. The Office's recommendation is on screen, simply to note the report and endorse the advertising of the draft plan. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Holland, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Spencer-Teo. Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I speak in favour of this. I understood how your emphasis on that, Mr Mayor, when you said endorse and so forth and puts this out to advertising. The staff has done a lot of work and we've done our workshops on this. We've had some robust discussions on this. We've come up with, I think, a really great community, Canning strategic community plan for 2021 up to 2031. I think it's great to go out to advertising to get public feedback, and hopefully it'll be extremely positive feedback. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Holland. Councillor Spencer-Teo, got anything to add?
Nothing to add, thank you.
Thank you. Unless anyone wishes to speak, Councillor Deputy Mayor.
I just want to quickly say thanks to staff and Director Bride's team for all the phenomenal amount of work they've done to putting this together. We don't see how much it is, but I can appreciate. So well done.
Thank you to Councillor Holland and the Deputy Mayor for acknowledging the role of staff. Thank you. Let's put the matter to the vote.
Motion OC-008-21 has been carried unanimously, 11 in favour. Thank you.
We move on to item 13.2, the responsible officer being Mr Warren Boda, my right, to your left, CC 054 of 21, proposed variation to lease part lot 92, in brackets 12 to 14, close brackets, Coulson Way in Canning Vale. The officer's recommendation is on page 22 of tonight's agenda and is on screen. A mover, please. Mover, Councillor Holland, thank you. A seconder. Councillor Spencer-Teo. Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I'm quite in favour of this. I can't see any point why you wouldn't. It's not a huge parcel, but it's also just going to tidy things up in this instance. I think that's what we've got to do here. We can't just leave it out in no man's land, as it were. Excuse the pun. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Agreed, thank you. Nice pun, by the way. Councillor Spencer-Teo.
Nothing to add, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against the matter? Councillors, just put it to the vote. Yes, to the vote.
Motion CC-054-21 has been carried unanimously, 11 in favour.
Thank you. We move to CC 058 of 21, title of the report being the monthly financial report of November 2021. The officer's recommendation is on screen and also appears on page 30 of tonight's agenda. Can I have a mover, please? Deputy Mayor, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Bain. Thank you, Councillor Bain. Deputy Mayor, if you have anything you'd like to add?
No, thanks.
Councillor Bain.
I support the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Put the matter to the vote.
Motion CC-058-21 has been carried unanimously, 11 in favour.
Thank you. We move to CC 059 of 21, Chief Executive Officer recruitment. I have a declaration of impartiality from Councillor Hardeep Singh. Are you able to, have you got a copy of it there or not? You're fine. I'll just read it to the meeting. It's in report in relation to this item. The nature of the interest is that Councillor Singh knows one of the three proposed candidates. Had been in his position of independent member for the CEO recruitment panel. He worked with a candidate some years ago, and the candidate is Mr David Anthony. And that's an impartiality declaration. Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillors, we have three options in front of us here. The Council, pursuant to Regulation 18FA of the Local Government Administration Regulations 1996, elects option A, B or C, either of those people. And I'm not fussed either way. I like David Menery only because of his background. I think he had a broad background. Does anyone else wish to put someone forward? I don't think there's any real need to be. I think they're all quality candidates, and I think I'm happy to choose any of them. Councillor Spencer Teo.
I was also of the same opinion, option B. So if you'd like to move that, I'd be happily to.
Do you want to move it yourself?
I can do. Yep. Happy with
Councillor
option
Spencer
B.
Teo has moved option B. I'll second option B. Councillor Sweeney.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I was going to move option C. So.
Well, we could do it. We could do it a number of ways. We can either do a ballot.
I reckon, yeah.
No, I think we've got. I think the issue now is that we've actually put a motion. The motion's been seconded as well. I haven't spoken on it yet. What we can do, Councillor Sweeney, is we can actually have option C as a foreshadowed motion. So if you choose not to vote for option B and councillors feel that we should choose somebody else, well then option B, this motion will fail and we'll move to option C, which will be the foreshadowed alternate motion. Would you like to do that?
Yeah, that's fine, because
Okay.
I can speak against this motion and put my point across, so that's
Yeah.
fine.
And again, I think we've got three quality people here. I don't think it really matters who we choose. You've got a pained look on your face, Councillor Holland.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, the only thing is we're going to go to and fro now, speaking and to and fro. It would have been just a hell of a lot easier just to do a ballot, like we've done before on things like this when they've come on these issues.
Well, yeah.
And then just the winner, whoever wins, wins.
It's too late now. And look, there's no, it's not, I don't think it's a big issue. These are independent people, and I think they're three quality candidates. We just had to pick one. I've just chosen option B only because I've read all the profiles. I don't know any of these people. I think they'll all be quality candidates. If we don't support option B, option C has been put forward as an alternate. If that comes up and that's not supported, we would then go to option A. So, councillors, well, it will, because if we decide to then debate option C, it becomes a foreshadowed alternate motion, and then the general rules of debate would ensure, which means that people can then actually put another foreshadowed motion or an amendment to it. Just move on. Councillors, I'm not going to speak on the matter. I don't think there's any need to. We need to select somebody. I don't think we should labour the point too much. I don't know David Menery at all. I've just read the three profiles, and to me stands out with a broad range of very senior executive experience, and I think he'd be a fit independent person, as they all would, and that's it. Councillor Spencer Teo, do you have anything you feel you need to add before we put the matter to the vote?
No, I was very much of the same idea. I liked his previous experience, and I mean, all three are good, so I don't think it really matters who gets it anyway.
Councillor Sweeney?
Yeah, I would like to speak against it and provide my reasons if I can. Yeah, I am going to speak against that candidate, and I would rather go with option C. That would be my preferred choice, because I think we should be challenging the gender stereotyping, and I think we should be striving for an equitable ratio of men and women at all times. I think that we have already a disparity on council, and I think females bring another dimension to selection processes. There should be a fair representation on the selection panel, and I think men and women have different ideas, viewpoints and insights, which allows for better problem solving and increased business performance. So I think in this case we should not overlook another female on the selection panel.
Okay, and just to make the point clear, Councillor Sweeney's also put in a foreshadowed alternate motion, so if option B fails, we will then move to option C, which would be Ms Jodie Nunn. Anyone else wish to speak against it or for it before we put it to the vote? Councillor Spencer Teo?
I just have a question. This independent person does not have a vote on
No,
which
not at all.
CEO
It's just an
candidate.
observer.
It's an observer,
They're to guide
isn't
us
it?
on governance issues, and that's why it's important we have somebody that's got some, and they're
Correct.
all good candidates.
Yeah, so they have no say, they have no...
No
it's just
involvement, no
to make
input
sure
at
the
all.
process
They
is
don't have
done
a vote.
Correct, yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Councillors, I might just put this matter to the vote if you don't mind, and then we'll see where we go from there. Thank you, Governance.
Motion CC-059-21 for option B has been carried. 7 in favour, 4 against. Councillors voting against are Councillors Bain, Parkinson, Sabiri and Sweeney.
Thank you, Councillors. The option will then be the Council appoints Mr David Menery, I hope I've pronounced that properly, as the independent person on the CEO recruitment selection panel. Thank you. We move on. We move on to the portfolio of Director of Kenning Development, Mr Graham Bride. To my right is the responsible officer. This is CD 034 of 21, initiation of scheme amendment number 6 to local planning scheme number 42, 46 to 50, lot 326 Hartfield Street, Queen's Park, and lot 5 Godfrey Street in Queen's Park. We had discussion on these at the AB. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Holland. Thank you, Councillor Holland. A seconder? Seconder, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Councillor Holland, anything you'd like to add?
Mr Mayor, can we group these? 34, 21, 35, 21 and 36, 21?
We can actually deal with those on block, I think.
On block, yeah.
Governor?
Those three? What? So that means we can't.
The mover hasn't spoken yet. I don't think there's a great issue with, if that's the will of the council, I don't think there's an issue wasting the time of the council.
Yeah, you're right. It was the same things before. The mover hadn't spoken before either.
Maybe after this, do it in block.
All right.
We'll do the next two on block.
No.
Okay, councillors, I've got Councillor Holland.
Okay, I'm speaking for the motion, Mr Mayor. I won't go into it much further. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, Deputy Mayor, anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Thank you. Councillors, unless there's anybody wishing to speak against the matter, let's put it to the vote.
Motion CD-034-21 has been carried unanimously, 11 in favour.
Councillors, I'll move for the Councillors, I'll move for the chair that Council deals with CD 035 of 21, the report being adoption of scheme amendment number 3 to local planning scheme number 42, 105 Manning Road, lot 999 in Bentley, and also item CD 036 of 21, adoption of scheme amendment number 4 to local planning scheme number 42, 1096 Albany Highway, lot 579 St James. I move from the chair that those two matters are dealt on block. Governors, do we need to vote to have those matters dealt with on block? We don't. Councillors, can I have a mover for those two items? Councillor Holland. Councillor Jacobs is a seconder. Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I support both. Thank you.
Councillor Jacobs.
I have nothing further to add.
You in support?
I'm in support.
Yep, terrific. Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on those two items? Thank you. We'll put the matter to the vote.
Items CD-035 and CD-036 have both been carried unanimously, 11 in favour. Carried on block.
Thank you. CD 038 of 21, the report being review of local government property and public places, local law 2021 by Joint Standing Committee on Delegated Legislation. There are a few issues that are obviously being addressed. We all received the correspondence in relation to that. The recommendation is on page 128 of the agenda and is on screen. Can I have a mover, please, for that item? Councillor Jacobs, thank you, and a seconder. Councillor Spencer-Teo. Councillor Jacobs.
I support the motion. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Spencer-Teo, anything you wish to add? You're in support.
Nothing to add, just wish that we could have done that one on block too. Anywho.
Thank you. Councillors, anyone wish to speak against the matter before I put it to the vote? Thank you. Let's put the matter to the vote.
Motion CD-038-21 has been carried unanimously, 11 in favour.
Thank you. The next matter on the agenda has been dealt with. That was item EN 027 of 21 in relation to the Shelley Shelley Beach and Rossmoyne. That has been dealt with earlier in the evening. We move to EN 028 of 21, the title of the report being Parking Controls in Tilly Place, Welshpool. The recommendation is on page 152 of tonight's report. Can I have a mover, please, for that item? Mover. Deputy Mayor, thank you. Seconder would be Councillor Holland. Deputy Mayor.
Nothing to add.
Thank you. Councillors, let's put the matter to the vote. Oh, sorry about that, Councillor Holland. Did you want to speak? It's a bit late. Sorry. Yeah.
Motion EN-028-21 has been carried unanimously, 11 in favour.
Thank you. The next item is EN 029 of 21, Tender Award, Contract 15/2019, in brackets Category 2, /FM.027.2, Coca Park Change Rooms Upgrades. The officer's recommendation is on screen and is also on page 159 of tonight's agenda. Thank you. Councillor Bain, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Sabiri. Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I support the officer's recommendation, knowing that the Queen's Park Football Club and the Cannington Tigers Cricket Club are eagerly anticipating the commencement of works. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sabiri, do you have anything you wish to add?
Nothing to add, thank you.
Thank you. Unless anybody wishes to ask a question or speak against it, put the matter to the vote. Thank you. Put the matter to the vote.
Motion EN-029-21 has been carried unanimously, 11 in favour.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda has been dealt with previously. That was EN 03021 in relation to the Gibb Street Safe Active Street project. We move on then to EN 031 of 21, Local Roads and Community Infrastructure LRCI Program Extension. Councillors, in relation to this matter, the earlier item, the notice of motion by the Deputy Mayor, has now made points 1 and 2 of the recommendation moot. Items 3 and 4 require an absolute majority and are still obviously in play. The recommendation, we will need to amend. Just excuse me just for one moment. Councillor Holland.
Question, Mr Mayor. I'm worried about procedure here, that we're knocking off 1A and 1B. Does that automatically put them down to 2A and 2B and so forth, or should we?
Yeah, what will actually happen then, 3 and 4 will then move up. What happens is we've now got the balance of the final third of the 1.7 whatever million it was. I'm just speaking to Director Bowe here and also the acting interim CEO, Dr McQuaid, and they were suggesting that perhaps there might be an opportunity for us to do what we did with the earlier LRCI funding, where we actually brought the matter to council at a SIB to decide on how we might disperse the remainder of these funds. Obviously, we can fully fund the Queen's Park Reserve sports storage or put it towards another project, and that may be a project that's actually not on here at the moment. And also, by the time we come back to that SIB, we should have more information in relation to the Rostrata project, and we will know exactly what the balance is for council to discuss dispersing. So I'm thinking at the moment we may just move an amendment to propose to defer this matter to a SIB and deal with it at a council meeting perhaps in February. Excuse me just for a moment, councillors, I'm just discussing. going to have to get that changed. Councillors, sorry, just if I can have your attention, what I'm going to do, I'm going to move from the chair that we move the officer's recommendation being only points 3 and 4, and they will remain as items 3 and 4. I'm going to have to ask for your, excuse me just for a moment. Councillors, look, I'm just taking some advice here. I guess what happened tonight was a little bit unusual, and we haven't had time really to talk about it because we're running a live meeting that's being live streamed. I'd probably propose at the moment to actually move a procedural motion under the standing orders to defer the matter to a SIB.
We'd have to look at doing an alternate, so the motion is not being moved or seconded, so there's no motion on the table to run a procedural motion. So a procedural motion adjourns debate. No debate has commenced. So I would recommend you move an alternate motion to the officer recommendation to adjourn this matter to whatever meeting.
Okay, well that'll be the advice then. I'm going to move an alternate foreshadowed motion in relation to this matter that we will actually defer this item through to Dr. McQuaid. No, it's a foreshadowed. We can't have a procedural motion at the moment because the matter hasn't been put on the table. It hasn't been moved yet and it hasn't been seconded yet. So all I can do is actually propose a foreshadowed motion. It'll be the whole item, I believe, isn't it?
Yes, Mr Mayor, we are recommending at this stage that you just defer the full item, well, items 3 and 4, and allow us to run through a SIB with you, which will also give consideration to the remaining funds in February and present it back to Council in March.
What? I don't think there's an issue with that in a respect as the money is there. We have until I think June 2023 to requite the funds, and I believe the reason why Queen's Park Reserve and Hossack Park Sports Club have been pushed forward are because they're basically shovel-ready projects, or at least at a state of readiness for the funding, and I think that's important. But those other items there, Councillor Holland, can be brought forward, and I think that would be best discussed at a SIB. And that's what we did last time. Council will remember that the last time we had similar funding, we actually decided to, as a council, with the assistance of the directors here, to decide on our own list of priorities where we should put it. We were provided with a list, as we have done tonight, of priorities, but where they settled, we decided ourselves. A number of matters were pushed. Councillor Bailey, want to ask a question?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, Councillor Hon. So wouldn't the Cougars T-Ball Club and the Willetton Bowling Club, wouldn't they like that assurance going forward, that 3 and 4 are on the table and it's going ahead?
Yeah, I think at the moment, but there's a bit of uncertainty about what we might decide, quite frankly, and how much funding will be. So Council's already resolved tonight to commit 2/3 of that funding. We need to be absolutely certain how much that will be, and we will have a clearer picture when we have further detail back to us about the Rostrata Centre. So I'd hate to kind of rob Peter to pay Paul, but I think nothing's going to happen between now and February in any case. We're basically on recess, so I would expect, I can't see any issue with putting this off.
No, and we can bring it to the February OCM.
We can bring it to the February OCM. So we'll bring it forward to February, which will be the first council meeting of the new year. But can I be clear, Governance, what are you asking me to do to sort this out? Am I putting a foreshadowed motion? I've got to move the motion first. So if I actually put an alternate motion, that alternate motion is only adopted if this is actually put to council, moved and seconded. Terrific, okay. That being the case then, Councillor Holland, just to make it crystal clear, finally the penny has dropped. I'm going to put an alternate motion other than what the recommendation of the officer are here. So the officer's recommendation is in front of you, but given what's actually occurred tonight, I'm going to put an alternate motion, and that will be that the matter is just deferred over the Christmas break. We bring it back to the February OCM, and we can hold a SIB before then if the council decides that they would like to do that. Is that right? So, yes, Councillor.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, but if you do that, or you're going to bring back the recommendation in its entirety, it has to be. You're just telling it to come back. You haven't said to change it.
Dr McQuaid, that's the case.
It has to be.
No, it's incorrect. As you've already passed a resolution, it makes points 1 and 2 null and void, and so it is points 3 and 4 that we would be bringing back to the OCM in February.
Governance, yes. Ms Cornish.
Councillor Holland, just to clarify, this matter has not been moved or seconded, so it's not entertained, it's not on the table. We're simply saying refer the matter, so therefore it can come back in whatever form, because nobody has debated on the item as it stands. So therefore the recommendation or the content of the report could be changed between...
Lindsay, and then bring it back to the OCM in February. So the alternate motion will be that Council resolves to defer the matter to a strategic issues briefing to be held prior to the February 2020 OCM. Is that right? Let's have a look. 2022. Yep, 2022. That item EN 031 of 21 be deferred to the February. Is that referred or deferred? I can't read it from here. Is that right? It should be. Hang on, it's changed again. Be referred to a strategic issues briefing to be held prior, take out referred, to be held prior to the February, but it doesn't actually say that the matter will be. We know the intent, yep. I think it should have at the end of that and considered by Council at the February 2022 OCM. That item being referred to the OCM to the. Can we have in the ordinary council meeting rather than OCM? To the OCM of February 2022 with a strategic issues briefing to be held prior. Perfect. So that's the alternate motion tonight, councillors. We're going to be holding a strategic issues briefing to discuss the funding, what's available, what we think we should fund, and then the matter will be considered at the February. I just need a seconder. Councillor Jacobs, thank you very much for that. I don't think I need to speak any further on it. There's a bit of confusion over tonight. I think we just need to work a few things out, and February would be the perfect and first opportunity to do so. It seems a long, long way away, but it's not. It's less than 10 weeks away, so we'll get that done. And there'll be some work done before then and some information sent out to councillors over the break. I've got nothing further I wish to say unless somebody wishes to speak against it. In fact, you can't. We just put it to the vote. Yeah, I know I got that wrong. I wish you hadn't have said that. I could see the wheels ticking in your head then, Councillor Holland. I'm hoping you weren't going to say anything. Yeah. Thanks, Councillor.
Alternate motion EN-031-21 has been carried unanimously. 11 in favour.
Thanks, councillors. CO 009 of 21, proposed policy for monitoring technology has already been dealt with. Thank you. We move on to motions of which previous notice has been given. Notice of motion 008 of 21, elected member and chief executive officer, reimbursement of expenses. The notice of motion was moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Spencer Teo. Both of us spoke on the matter. It was then adjourned by a procedural motion which was moved by Councillor Barry and seconded by Councillor Ponaturai. So it's simply just, well, I don't need to speak to it any further. Does anyone else wish to speak on the matter? Councillor Holland?
Just quickly, so it's now going to be, just clarified, It's 60 days, that's what it is.
At the moment, 60 days. That's all we're.
That's it.
That's all we're proposing. There was some discussion around changing it, but honestly, 60 days is. I've got no issue with 60 days. Sometimes it's hard to find the time, even though it seems a long way away to kind of get these things done. So I don't have an issue with it. But I just think we need to do it. Yeah, Councillor, did you want to speak to it or speak against it? Or
No, I'll speak for it, Mr Mayor. I'm happy now that it was the 60 days. I thought the other one was too short. There's no big deal with this, I don't think.
Okay. Does anyone wish to speak against it before I put the matter to the vote? Thanks, councillors. We'll put the matter to the vote.
Motion nom-008-21 has been carried 10 in favour, noting that Councillor Parkinson was absent for the vote.
Thank you, Governance. We move to urgent business at item 15 on tonight's agenda, and there is none. Confidential matters. Thank you to the public for their attendance tonight. I ask they please leave the chamber in order for Council to consider the confidential matter. Can I have a mover and a seconder? The Council deals with the matter behind closed doors. Councillor Bain is the mover. Councillor Hollander is the seconder. Councillor Bain.
Nothing further to add, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Holland.
No, I support the motion, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody against? Thank you. We put the matter to the vote. Thank you, Governors. Can you please confirm that live streaming has been paused while the confidential item is discussed?
Motion to close the doors for confidential session has been carried 10 in favour, noting Councillor Parkinson was absent for the vote.
Councillors, sit down. Is there anybody outside or not? No one here? Okay, thank you. Governors, can you please confirm that the live streaming has been recommenced? It is. Thank you, everyone. The time now is 10:04 p.m. And the meeting has now been reopened to the public. And I will read aloud the motion, and this is going to be really hard for me, that Council supports making a claim for compensation under Section 211 of the Land Administration Act 1997 for the compulsory acquisition of the city's freehold land contained within proposed lots 601, 602, 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003 and 2004 on deposited plan 420591, extracted contained in attachment 1, as outlined within this item, and noting that compensation will only apply to the proposed lots 601 and 602, and Part 2 authorises the interim Chief Executive Officer to sign all documentation required to lodge and finalise the city's claim for compensation, and 3, acknowledges the environment impact development. Should that be acknowledges the environmental impact? Acknowledges the environmental impact development has had in the City of Canning and recognises the importance of the urban forest strategy and conservation of local flora and fauna by allocating funds derived from the proceeds of the claim for compensation for the land mentioned in Part 1 above to the following. A, $1 million to the Urban Forest Reserve account. B, an allocation of $250,000 towards funding the relocation or protection of the estimated 300 western grey kangaroos who have been affected by the loss of habitat on this and the Bush Forever Site 388. And 4, allocates the remaining proceeds that the city will derive from the claim for compensation for the land mentioned in 1 above to the Land, Building and Development Reserve. The matter was carried by Council 11-0. Councillors, at item 17, there being no further business, I now declare the meeting closed at 10:06 p.m. I'd like to thank everyone for their attendance tonight. Merry Christmas, and I'll see you in a moment for dinner. Good night.